reckless behavior, their utter disregard for civilian lives, whether it's on Indian soil or in Pakistani soil. Keeping your airspace open signifies that you're willing to risk commercial aircraft filled with passengers, bringing them into the line of fire. Of course, several airliners, we are told, have now steered clear of Pakistani airspace. France is believed to have issued a general notification asking all its airliners to stay clear of certain sectors in Pakistani airspace until the end of this month. So these are the kind of restrictions that civilian airliners have been placing on their own carriers. But what does it tell you about the Pakistan state, the Pakistan military, where it's allowing these civilian airliners to fly because it provides a shield for their own activities against India? Utter callous disregard for civilian lives.
That's actually the reality of Pakistan, all coming now on evidence, on visuals. Geeta, if you can hear me, I want to take another question. This is on the sidelines of the press conference. Amid all of this, where clearly you can see what Pakistan is doing to India and to possibly its own civilians, we have the IMF sending out a bailout package for a country, while India is raising the objection that this funding can be misused for terror funding and more. Tell us about that as well. A lot is happening on that front too.
Well, the fact is that the IMF process, and they were going into that bailout, seeking that bailout yet again. This is the second tranche, Pooja. And a very important question, why is it that IMF disbursed the money despite what's happening on the India-Pakistan front, despite India providing all the information and details? And look at the 25 executive members representing over 190 countries. The countries themselves know that Pakistan is involved in, and there are questions about the money that is sent to Pakistan, whether if they use it for the right purposes or not. But the difference this time around is that it's been a long process where the IMF has been rather strict with Pakistan.
Okay.
They have put in various conditions on how the money is going to be used, on what conditions will the money be disbursed, which includes having no subsidies, reducing the subsidy substantially on electricity, so on and so forth. Only after Pakistan complied with all those was there an agreement. Also, look at the larger picture over here, Pooja. While we might think it's a huge win for Pakistan, the only country that abstained was India. But the fact of the matter is that the military aspect aside, Pakistan is a failing economy. Would the region benefit or the world benefit from a failed Pakistani state that has nuclear arsenal? Does it benefit anyone to have a failed state with nuclear arsenal? It doesn't, especially if it is economic destruction of a country where people are going to suffer. I suppose there was a lot that was taken into consideration. India very plainly saying that should you decide to give money, you should at least know where the money is going. Accountability is important. It is not important that, whether you're helping the country or not, because you need to help people of a country. But it's about accountability. So our objection, India's objection, was on the fact that there has been no accountability. This is the sixth time, second tranche of the 2 billion, 1 billion already being given. And are they going to be held accountable for the money or not? That's the big question that they're asking.
Accountability and
people,
transparency that we hope. Yes, that will come with regard to Pakistan IMF bailout package. Geeta, requesting you to please stay on. Listen in now to that exact mention from the press conference of the Ministry of Defence and the External Affairs Ministry. 1:40 a.m. when most of us were fast asleep, possibly. That's when Pakistan hit our civilian and military targets, but they were unsuccessful because of our alert armed forces. That mention specific coming up.
There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets.
And the images that you see on your screen, it were also put out in the press conference to help debunk Pakistan propaganda saying India has suffered heavy damages, our air bases are running just fine. Now, look at this image on your screen. What are the cities, the air bases that have been on India's target? And we have successfully managed to inflict damage on most of these. Chaklala, Minhas Kamra, Peshawar, where gunfire also was reported from, Kohat, Quetta, which is of course in the upper reaches, Miawali, Sargoda, Chandler, Lahore, where first the HQ-9 defense system, remember, was damaged, and now, of course, explosions in that city, especially in military areas. Samungli, Multan, Shahbaz, Rafiki Air Base, one of the big air bases that were hit this time, crippling the base and also in many ways inflicting heavy damage. Farid, Bahawalpur. Now, Bahawalpur, of course, not as much a military base, but a terror camp. Sometimes you can, in fact, say it in the same sentence for Pakistan. Then Nawab Shah, Hyderabad, Faisal, Karachi, Masroor, Mirpur Khas. These are some of the areas where the bases have been on the target. But because of the kind of strike that took place, trying to target our schools, Medicare centers in Srinagar, Avantepura, of course, the attempts were foiled. Trying to attack our Punjab air base late into the night, of course, that failed. But it's a reminder of Pakistan, what it intends to do. Sandeep, can you help explain this for us? There are, of course, multiple cities that we've been talking about, but there were specific bases, whether terror hideouts of Bahawalpur or Muridke, then the bases when it comes to Islamabad, Lahore, Rawalpindi specifically, that were chosen at the targets. I can only imagine the decision-making, Sandeep, and if you can reflect on that, to decide at that juncture within minutes to be able to strike precisely where Pakistan is trying to strike us.
Well, Pooja, it's very clear. The location of all of Pakistan's air bases, every infrastructure of theirs is well known to our Air Force planners. They're on our radar always and every given time. There are operational orders of what to do in case of a conflict, and I'm sure that is where the Air Force was reaching out to last night or possibly the nights previous, their targeting books that they would have pulled out and started looking at all these air bases. And they've been monitoring the movements of Pakistan Air Force assets from around these bases. And like I said earlier, all of these bases were chosen for a particular reason. These 6 air bases were struck because they were sending up aircraft into the air to launch weapons and target Indian bases, to launch drones at Indian civilians, launch fighter aircraft sorties towards Indian aircraft, towards Indian airfields, and to target Indian military infrastructure. So all of these attacks originated from these 6 sites that were chosen. So that is the reason that they're, making the government of India has made that cause and effect, that these sites were chosen precisely because this is from where you launched your sorties, you launched your fighter aircraft, you launched your attacks on Indian civilians, and also possibly where the Pak missiles, these high-speed missiles that the spokesperson mentioned, that's a very dangerous escalation, if you ask me, Pooja, because that is something that's almost unprecedented. Pakistan
Tell us more
launching,
about that, Sandeep. Specifically, the kind of escalation Pakistan is indulging in.
Using using the Air Force, Pooja, is one thing. Launching standoff weapons is another thing. But launching ballistic missiles, high-speed precision missiles is a totally different ball game. You have escalated the game in a matter of hours. A nuclear weapon state escalating dangerously, telling out the rest of the world that we are up towards the stage when we could possibly look at using nuclear weapons as well, as Geeta was mentioning. This has been the Pakistani playbook all along. They rattle the nuclear saber whenever their assets are under threat from India, where there is a lot of global pressure or there's a lot of focus, attention. And in the last couple of days, you've seen these unprecedented Indian Air Force strikes on their assets. And as India ratchets up the pressure on Pakistan, they have begun reaching for their nuclear saber, not only to signal to India, but to tell the rest of the world that, hey, listen, if you don't hold India back, we will be forced to escalate the situation and even possibly look at nuclear weapons.
And
That is
India very
essentially-
categorically mentioning in the press conference that India will stop if Pakistan stops with these provocations and escalations. But I have to say, Sandeep, isn't it? It does bring me a certain kind of pride and relief, happiness as well, when we look at what happened at the air bases in Pakistan and compare it to how almost all the mentions we are putting out with the border states and cities of India, it's foiled, shot down. Drones have been shot down, missiles have been intercepted, and that also reflects on the kind of synergy and strategy Indian armed forces ensuring to protect our own people. But meanwhile, tell me about these images. Why do you think that the government ensured we put out the images to show, for example, in Sirsa, that look, our air bases are running just fine?
Well, it's, I think the government of India decided to ramp up its communications game, as we were talking about, Pooja, just a while ago. And the fact that they chose to put out these time-stamped images to call out Pakistan's fakery. There's been a lot of fake news floating around on social media where
Yes.
Pakistani handles have been sharing images of what they called airfield destruction and air bases being knocked out, Indian airfields being targeted. All of this has been called out by that briefing. Quite to the contrary, the kind of damage that's been inflicted across the border seems to be substantial. If you look at those craters in the air bases around
Rahim Yar
the
Khan,
areas
yes.
in Rahim Yar Khan, which have been targeted by the Indian Air Force, large craters, possibly suggest the use of precision-guided munitions, air-to-ground munitions. The spokespersons mentioned that in their briefing. This is again a very, very big message to the Pakistan Air Force, Pooja, that if they choose to conduct these kind of attacks across the board, across Indian territory, this is the kind of response that they will be met
And
with.
it's 2025, Sandeep. For far too long, I think, India has tried to be kind, to de-escalate, to not want war, to not have this conflict with the neighbor, but also perhaps realizing now, till when can you be the one keep pushing back and face these
Absolutely.
terrorist
I think, Pooja, you've nailed it. The government of India has signaled very clearly that enough is enough. We've been fighting Pakistan-sponsored terrorism for decades now, more than 3 decades. Starting from Kashmir and even before that Punjab, Kashmir and through the hinterland of India. This so-called death by 1,000 cuts, that this fantasy that the Pakistani generals have come up with has now reached a point of no return for them. That this much and no further. 2025 is going to be the time when the government of India has drawn that line in the sand and said that this
Even
much
then,
and no
Sandeep,
further.
isn't it the restraint being shown by our Indian military to ensure civilians in Pakistan are not hit? I request you to please stay on with me because we have big news coming in. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and Secretary Rubio emphasizing both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate, re-establish direct communication, avoid miscalculation. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan joining me on that. Geeta, how do you see the response coming in from United States of America? I believe there was a conversation with Rubio a few days ago as well with the External Affairs Minister. Then comes this. Tell us more.
Well, conversations between India and the United States of America and Pakistan and the United States of America is a continued process when it comes to the tensions between India and Pakistan. But what is most important right now is not Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, Pooja, speaking with External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and the Pakistani Premier Shehbaz Sharif. The biggest news right now is Marco Rubio speaking with the Pakistani Army Chief. That the conversation between Marco Rubio and Asim Munir took place. And Marco Rubio insisted that there has to be de-escalation, but not just that, offered America's good officers to be used for mediation. Before this, we've had them talk about de-escalation and said that, they need to do it, they need to de-escalate, it's time. President Trump coming out and saying, you've done your tit for tat, it's now time for the two of you to sit across the table and talk. But Marco Rubio speaking with Asim Munir and saying that it's not just time to de-escalate, if need be, we are here to help the two of you come to an arrangement and an understanding. That's That's massive. After Iran, the Chinese have also come out, Pooja, and offered mediation. So countries in this scenario, what we are looking at right now is not how rattled Pakistan is, or how the tensions are mounting and rising in between India and Pakistan, and which could impact the region. It's how rattled the world is right now. Tensions and a rise in tensions between India and Pakistan should worry the world, should worry how the countries look at this entire scenario. I keep saying this, India's position has been very clear that the ball indeed is in Pakistan's court. India was retaliating or responding to the Pahalgam terror attack, which was a game changer. It was a turning point, a playbook change, so to say, in how Pakistan and terrorism or terrorists from Pakistan looked at Kashmir and targeted a certain community in Pahalgam, sending a very strong message across to India. So the playbook, change of the playbook made India retaliate and respond. Now, the entire focus should be on ensuring that Pakistan stops. So the world is rattled. They are concerned. This is blowing up. These are two nuclear countries, and now Pakistani premier is overlooking his nuclear arsenal. So it is a worrying point when it comes to India and Pakistan.
It may look like a threat, but knowing how unstable, unpredictable Pakistan is, and the kind of steps they could take. Sandeep, how do you look at the world response at this juncture, especially for United States of America? India, I don't think is depending heavily on their support as much, but even the statements that are coming in, China's made weapons and military hardware sold to Pakistan. We can see it, evidence enough. Turkey appears to have come to their support in terms of military support. But at this juncture, how do you see the world responding? Do you think it's time they pick a side?
Well, you've just named three of the top weapons suppliers to Pakistan, Pooja. So, I mean, it's a bit of, a little bit of hypocrisy here, where the top weapon suppliers are crying for an end to this conflict. And the fact is that a lot of this arming of Pakistan has gone on over the last couple of decades. There are countries that have equipped Pakistan with nuclear weapons. I mean, it's unprecedented in the history of the world, where one nuclear-armed state has transferred blueprints, know-how, and even tested weapons for another nuclear state, as has happened in the case with the China-Pakistan relationship. But here we are in 2025, where Pakistan is rattling its nuclear saber, and all of its conventional weapons, which it has stockpiled over the last couple of decades to protect many other things, including its terrorist infrastructure. We have seen that in full flow over the last couple of days, where they have used their military assets to protect their terrorist infrastructure, to respond to an attack on their terrorist infrastructure. But the world is deeply concerned, Pooja. If you look at it, the fact is, at the end of the day, India and Pakistan are two nuclear-armed states, so the United States would be deeply concerned about the way the situation seems to be spiraling out of control, all thanks to the Pakistan military, which chose to escalate last night by launching these high-speed missile attacks. That is a very, very grave provocation. Like I said earlier, flying fighters launching standoff weapons is one thing, but when you start shooting precision, high-speed ballistic missiles at each other, then that becomes a problem. And Pakistan has chosen to climb up that escalation ladder by shooting these ballistic missiles because, look at it this way, that when an air defense network picks up a ballistic missile that's been launched from another nuclear-armed country, the whole system would have gone up into a massive alert. And that is the kind of signaling that Pakistan is trying to do over here by launching these missiles at India.
Sandeep, stay on with me. I want to discuss what the next 24 hours are going to possibly look like for India and as much for Pakistan. Geeta, I want to bring you in here. When USA offers to mediate, and it looks like, if you can tell us more, that S. Jaishankar appears to have said, look how our statement and our response have been still restrained, measured, calibrated, responsible in so many ways. Do you think India also needs to work more, that some of these world powers will realize that they need to be with India? They say on one side that they are with India in a fight against terror, but when it comes to an issue of Pakistan, there's still some caution, a neutrality they expect the world to have.
Well, Pooja, the fact is that every country is thinking for itself. Nobody over here is going to think for India. India will have to think for herself. That's an absolute clarity you get from what you see with the Trump administration. Absolutely an ally, strategic partner, but when it comes to their own strategic interests, they'll see what suits them best. You saw that in Russia, Ukraine, a massive shift that has never been seen before when it comes to Europe, not realizing that they had an ally and don't have an ally in the United States of America anymore. And today, when you're looking at America as a partner, you can look at America as a partner because they're transactional. It works in their favor to have a stable, responsible country like India as their partner in the defense cooperation sector. We are not a Pakistan. We are not an irresponsible country that will sell technology to a third party. And that's the reason why the trust building took so long, but it is there today. But beyond that, if you're thinking that America will look beyond its own interests, not really. No country is going to. Even China right now coming out and saying that they're willing to offer their good offices is because their investments in Pakistan are under absolute threat.
Exactly.
They never imagined that the Air Force bases in Pakistan, that the terror infrastructure, which they also took a lot of help from, in Pakistan is going to be in a shambles. Never imagined that India could dare to go into areas that Pakistan has investments in.
Correct.
They have development projects and they have Chinese forces protecting those development projects, which means they have Chinese men in Pakistan. Of course, they're rattled. America, they're looking at a trade conversation between China and the United States of America. Trump saying that for the next talks, he's actually looking at reducing tariffs from 145 to 80. Why is that happening? Because for China, it is advantage China to have an India-Pakistan tension where India cannot be focused on economy. Right now, if America wants to think for herself, she should be thinking for India too, because it is in their interest. And that's the message. Not that please come help us.
I think standing for India, Geeta,
it
isn't
is
that
in your
at
interest.
this point for any country is for the world interest. When we ensure we go after Jaish-e-Mohammed, we are also ensuring, in many ways, justice to the journalist Daniel Pearl. We're also ensuring that the world becomes a better place when we take on this fight against terror. Sandeep, but my question here, we're looking at all these developments that have come in. We've been able to shoot down their missiles, their targets for now, and keep our people and our military installations safe. What are the next 24 hours looking like? What, according to your experience, expertise, that Pakistan's response could be, will be, how prepared the Indian Armed Forces will be?
Well, Pooja, about the preparedness of the Indian Armed Forces, there can be no doubt. They are on full alert, they are on high alert, and they've knocked down all of those missiles that Pakistan has chosen to fire at us over the last couple of hours. And not only that, responded very swiftly to that very grave provocation that the Pakistan military chose to undertake by launching missiles. This is a very, very grave provocation. It's possibly the first time in the history of the world that one nuclear-armed state has launched ballistic missiles at another nuclear state. And I'm drawing in from what the spokesperson said, where she mentioned that high-speed missiles had been launched at Indian air bases and sites, and they were successfully intercepted. This is gravely irresponsible, reckless behavior on the part of Pakistan. But regarding the next steps in the next couple of hours, it's going to be extremely tense, wait and watch. The ball, once again, Pooja, is in the Pakistan military's court. And what Geeta mentioned is very significant, the fact that Marco Rubio chose to call Asim Munir directly and tell him to de-escalate. This is what India has been signaling from over the last 3 or 4 days. De-escalation has been intrinsic to all our statements. Even the one today is spoken in this, in the face of such extreme provocation, where high-speed missiles have been shot at against our cities and military installations. Despite that, the spokesperson has indicated, Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, said that there was room for de-escalation. He mentioned the word de-escalation very clearly over there. And as Geeta was also mentioning, Pooja, the fact that our statements over the last couple of days have been extremely measured.
That's true.
They've not been provocative. They've all been in response to something that Pakistan has done. And in all of those statements, like I mentioned, there has been that de-escalation clause that the Pakistan military needs to look at very carefully. So the ball again is in the Pakistan military's court. If they choose to go down that path of reckless behavior, as they have been doing over the last few days, months, years, and if I could go back, decades, then we are going to see some other kind of military attack from their side.
Geeta, when the USA, Iran and other nations are trying to pitch in saying we can mediate, do you see that being picked up as an option? All right, we have more visuals that are coming in from different locations. This is from the Indian Armed Forces. It's an official release. Let's dip in. Let's take a look at this video. The morale of the forces, of the Indian public. This many ways, Sandeep, can we say the inside video, if not, I think immediately of this operation as much, but a general understanding of how boots on the ground also perform, the kind of effort that goes in. And I can only think of the unknown heroes, whether it's with regard to undercover agents, whether it's about men and women in uniform. We may never know their names, but the kind of effort they put in to keep us safe. And now, tell me, as I look at this video, I can't help but think 1962 war, 71, 1999 Kargil war, and now we're looking at how this could proceed in 2025. How do you look at the armed forces that have come together, especially the role of the Indian Air Force?
Well, there can be no two ways about it, Pooja. The armed forces of India remain on alert at all times, and they have proved their effectiveness time and again, especially when it comes to tackling Pakistan since 1947. Look at the wars that they have fought and beaten back Pakistan's aggression from 1947, 1965, 1971, Kargil in 1999, and that war of that proxy war of terrorism which Pakistan has inflicted on Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. That is being fought by the Indian Armed Forces as well for decades now. And today, this video that you're watching on our screens here shows the Pakistan army being targeted by the Indian army. This is possibly an example of all the border firing that we've been hearing in the last couple of days. It seems to be a collection of images from the LOC. Some of those images are time-stamped as well, date-stamped as well. They're all from 2025 and suggest the LOC being active, the Indian Army responding to Pakistan's provocation along the LOC. Unprecedented firing has been reported, Pooja, this year.
Can you help us understand and explain more about the arms and ammunition, the weapons being used by the Indian Armed Forces at the border? This could be when we talk about the shelling, the artillery fire, retaliation and befitting response by the Indian Army. This is what it means.
This, what you're seeing there, Pooja, is an anti-tank. That's an automatic grenade launcher that's being fired. AGS-40, which is a Russian-built automatic grenade launcher that's been used to shell Pakistani positions across the line of control You just saw a guided missile, an anti-tank guided missile, possibly a Concourse or a Milan being launched at bunkers on the other side of the line of control. So the Indian Army is signaling that it is also part of Operation Sindoor. Over the last couple of days, it's not just the Air Force, it's the Indian Army as well that has been striking back at this provocation from Pakistan across the line of control. The line of control has been very active over the last few days and hours, ever since Pakistan chose to strike at innocent Indian tourists in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. And these are possibly the first visuals, the first visual evidence of what the situation along the line of control actually is. And the timing of this, the release of this video also is very significant, timed with the statement released by the Foreign Ministry spokesperson, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and our two military spokespersons. And also, I'd like to refer to the statement that they made about the Pakistan military mobilizing in the last couple of hours. That's a statement of very grave concern as well. The fact that the Pakistan army seems to be mobilizing and heading towards the borders. Of course, they have a shorter distance to their borders, but the fact is that this has been noted by India, and this video that you see here from the Indian Army is possibly a response to that as well, to say that we stand on guard, we remain alert, we remain active, ready to protect our citizens as and when that call is given.
That's right. A video that's been released by the Army. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, running you through all the updates that are coming in. This video released by the Army, as Sandeep points out, timed to multiple provocations and the escalating tensions with Pakistan. But I also want to highlight one point that you mentioned, Sandeep, which was a big takeaway really from the briefing that happened an hour ago, which is that Pakistan seems to also be forward deploying its soldiers. You know, yesterday I remember we had a conversation about this, that we're currently in a scale where we're just about at limited battle, not really there, with the developments that have happened. And if Pakistan indeed is forward deploying its troops, does that mean that's then a direct escalation?
Well, Akshita, they are certainly moving up the escalation ladder. They've been the two biggest takeaways from today's briefing seem to be that the use of high-speed missiles, as they said, fired at the airbase. We saw remnants of that missile somewhere near Sirsa. Of course, nothing happened to our air bases, but that missile was shot down. That's unprecedented. That's number one. Number two is the military mobilization that they mentioned, where the Pakistan military seems to be moving towards the international border, mobilizing in a way that suggests hostile intent. And this is something that the spokespersons called out, the hostile actions on the part of the Pakistan military. Two very big takeaways here. But this essentially shows that the Pakistan military is trying to move up that escalation ladder. They're going beyond just the stage of military readiness, border skirmishes and air battles. They're moving up one level up the escalation ladder by ordering their troops to the border and by firing high-speed missiles, ballistic missiles that could be, construed as a very, very grave provocation coming from a nuclear-armed country. Because as I was telling Pooja, Akshita, the fact is that no nuclear-armed country in the world has shot a ballistic missile at another nuclear-armed country. This is a very, very grave provocation, and this is Pakistan not only signaling the fact that its military is very unpredictable, but they're also, it's like a flare pistol. They're signaling to the rest of the world that if they don't come to Pakistan's assistance and try and, calm matters down, they could go up the escalation ladder towards the nuclear exchange as well. That's what the Pakistan military seems to be signaling here. That's the two big takeaways really from this morning's briefing.
Well, we certainly hope there won't be escalation, but the ball is in Pakistan's court essentially to decide on that. Sandeep, just stay with me. A newsbreaker also coming in on the counter-strikes by India. Initial reports suggested that it was 4 locations, but here's the update that we can confirm for you, that it was actually 8 Pakistani military bases that were targeted, struck by India. We used, again, precision weapons. We also used fighter jets. Pakistan radars, their command centers have been decimated, and this is across Pakistan. In Rawalpindi, in Lahore, in Jhang, in Pakistan, Punjab, you've been seeing essentially all of these strikes taking place. A couple of places that I list out for you. You have the Rafiqul Murid, Chaklala, Rahimyar Khan, Sukur, Chunia, Parsur, Sialkot, all of these bases of Pakistan being targeted. I'd like to reiterate here that all of these are military bases, because as much as Pakistan has been targeting our civilians, we draw the line. India has principles, and so we've very clearly not targeted any civilian establishments, but Pak air defense weapon depots have been blown up. And what this establishes again, Sandeep, is that our forces have very strategically targeted locations to ensure we cripple Pakistan militarily. So this seems almost like it's a joint op with our intel agencies who've been very actively perhaps feeding our forces details of exactly where it will hurt Pakistan the most.
Absolutely, Akshita. And, it's actually more surgical airstrikes to target very specific air bases that possibly had something to do with the operations over the last couple of hours. And the choice of these 8 air bases, why were only these air bases chosen? Why were only these 8 air bases chosen? Why were the rest left out? That is possibly, suggests some kind of culpability on the part of these air bases in launching those strike missions over the last couple of hours and days. This is India telling the Pakistan military that we know where your planes are being launched from, we know where specific missions are being launched from, so we decided to go in there and target only those air bases, and we have targeted only certain infrastructure on those air bases. There's a very detailed breakup of the kind of facilities, the kind of infrastructure that was targeted in all of these bases by the Indian Air Force. It was command and control positions, the radar sites, weapon storage locations. All of these were targeted in all of these air bases. These 8 air bases, which had something to do with the events over the last few days, Akshita. The fact is that they had something to do directly against the operations launched against Indian civilians and Indian military installations. Akshita.
This is exactly what we discussed yesterday as well, Sandeep. And I remember asking you and Gaurav, how do you really ensure that Pakistan stops these kind of attempted drone strikes all through the night? Because we've seen it 2 nights in a row. And I remember both of you telling me, strike at the source. That's really the answer. And so it looks like that's exactly what our forces have done to deter any attempt to go ahead and target us one more night. We'll see what Pakistan does. They've been resorting to a lot of warmongering amid what's been happening right now. But the message here is very, very clear that after Pakistan fired the missile is when we hit back. Pakistan fired this missile at about 1 a.m. targeting strategic locations. And that's why we hit back. And so now you're seeing essentially a huge counter to Pakistan's repeated attacks. I'll also bring in on this broadcast Air Commodore Karthikeya Kale, who's joining us. Thank you so much, Commodore, for your time. One question I'd like you, Commodore, to also explain for our viewers at this point is that, look, when Pakistan attempted to strike us with missiles, to strike us with drones, all of that failed because of a robust air defense system. We've struck back. We've hit every single location we wanted to. Does Pakistan not have an air defense system? Why have they been unable to actually counter any of our strikes? We have managed to strike exactly where we wanted every time.
Any air defense system, and particularly the one that is with Pakistan, that is a HQ-9 and an HQ-16, which is a hybrid system which is given by the Chinese. That kind of a system relies on various electronics to make itself function. And it has several components like radars, components like air defense weapons, which are integrated into the system, and including human beings. And that is what makes it a good system. Similarly, we have a system which is absolutely battle-proven. It is indigenous and it was made by us. And that is showing results now. We have integrated all the weapons that we have got from outside into the same system. The Pakistanis, I presume, would have done the same. However, the quality of a system as well as the quality of training upon the system makes a lot of difference. At the same time, one must understand that certain key essential elements of the system, which have already been targeted by the Indian Air Force, they leave voids in the system. You see, the system works completely. It's like a nervous system of a human being. You know, it works completely and it works well as long as the nervous system is functioning together. But the moment you cut a couple of nerves, you find that the person is now looking a little paralytic. He's not being able to walk steadily. You cut a couple more, and you find that the person now starts toppling. So that's exactly what is happening. The Indian Air Force knows which nerves to cut. The Indian Air Force has targeted those. If you remember, one of the first targets which was struck was the the HQ9 radar, which was at Lahore. Now one must understand that in a system there are tracking radars and there are surveillance radars. The surveillance radar is the master actually and the brain behind allocating targets to various radars, because these radars are capable of very high processing levels of targets which are coming in, and therefore it's not very easy to what is called swarm them. Like people try and say that we will overload the system capability, but it's not very easy. Okay, because now technology has improved to such levels where we have technologies which are able to process and counter this kind of overloading method. So what happens is that that there is always a nerve center. That nerve center is actually the surveillance radar, and I think that in Lahore what they picked out could have been a surveillance radar that would have made the system absolutely useless immediately. Because now the system is no longer together. The tracking radars have to now independently do their jobs. So the brain is not functioning. When the brain doesn't function, then things obviously, hands are flailing about, the legs are going a different way. So the human being is not able to stand. That is the analogy that I'm trying to give you. And the similar thing has happened when they are struck, like you look at places where there are no airfields. But still the Indian Air Force has struck those places. Obviously, through intelligence, we have found out it could be either satellite or it could be human, or it could be through UAVs, which we have sent. But we found out that certain radar locations are there. And this may have been a critical surveillance node, or it could have been a tracking radar, or it also can be the launcher, but the system has been taken out. And once the system is taken out, then you find that it doesn't behave well. And that's exactly what is happening. And finally, is the level of training. I've always been saying for the last 2-3 days, wherever I've spoken, that the morale of the Pakistan armed forces is absolutely, in the bottom. So because it is at the bottom, so there is actually no interest also in being able to properly execute or properly, resist.
We've been highlighting how essentially their strikes have been strategy-less. But you look at India's strategy here, Sandeep. We've been very smart in how really we've been hitting different locations in Pakistan. And I wonder if you can really connect what happened in phase 2, if you will, of Operation Sindoor and what's happened here. Did we essentially set the stage for phase 3 in phase 2 by targeting some of, this critical air defense infrastructure of Pakistan?
Yeah, good question, Akshita. And this is what we were discussing over the last 48 hours. The fact is that phase 2 of Operation Sindoor, we called it the suppression of enemy air defenses. It was an SEAD mission where they chose to strike at the radars. As the Air Commodore was mentioning, these are the eyes and ears of an entire air defense network. And Pakistan has what is called the ADGES, the Air Defense Ground Environment System. That's the analog that they have to our IACCCS, that is the Integrated Air Command and Control System. So this marries together all of Pakistan's radars, their missile batteries, and all of that across Pakistan. But the fact is that they are severely limited in the number of radars that they have. They primarily rely on their fighter aircraft for air defense. So once you hit the radars, the few radars that they have, they've only begun modernizing their air defense networks recently with this Chinese HQ9, HQ16 missiles that they've acquired. But their primary weak link, the chink in their armor remains their long-range radars. And the fact is that it's very likely that that radar that was targeted in Lahore was one of those very key radars that was part of this ADGES network, and that blew a hole in their air defense bubble, and that allowed for these subsequent strikes that we saw in the last couple of hours carried out by the Indian Air Force and on those 8 bases. So what the Indian Air Force was doing, as you rightly pointed out, was setting the stage for phase 3 in phase 2 itself, with that suppression of enemy air defenses raids, using those kamikaze drones which targeted all of those military installations, including that very sensitive radar that was literally the eyes and ears of their ground-based air defense network.
You know, we're
Akshita.
playing this very, very smartly. We're ensuring that there's a chain reaction of sorts, so that if there's any provocation by Pakistan, we know exactly what to do next. And I suspect that if Pakistan resorts to any of its usual antics tonight too, we already have our strategy very clearly laid out of what our next step, perhaps phase 4 of Operation Sindoor, is going to look like. I want to put the focus now on the air bases, Pakistani air bases on India's target. From early this morning, we've been reporting on really the different locations where we've seen strikes taking place. I just want to put it in context for you in a map of Pakistan to show you how laid out it is across Pakistan. And look at the number of locations we've highlighted. All of this spread across the country. So it's not one pocket, one location that we're targeting. The message is very clear that we can hit you anywhere we want. 8 targets essentially that we've hit, but overall, if you look at the number of air bases on India's radar, on India's target, it's a long list, but you see from what we've hit so far, we've managed to cover most from the north right down to the south of Pakistan, and that itself tells you that if we want to hit every single one of those locations, we can go ahead and choose to do so in the next few days as well. These are the different locations on your screens. Already we know, of course, that some of them have been hit in the strikes that took place this morning, including in also Chaklala Cantonment, which is in Rawalpindi. We know the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi was also hit. There was also locations in Pakistan, Punjab that were targeted. Lahore, which, of course, we hit the air defense system in Pakistan in phase 2 of Operation Sindoor, and then followed that up again with a strike this morning. So many locations that we've already hit successfully at that. Every single location, precision strike that we've hit has been bang on target. And that speaks volumes really of how we've planned this entire operation. I want to bring the focus to one particular airbase. This is the one in Rawalpindi, which is essentially the throne of the Pakistan Army, the crown jewel, if you will. This is where they're based. The Noor Air Base is where we saw one particular strike taking place. Why this particular base? It serves as a major base for the Pakistan Air Force. It also serves as the military headquarters. The messaging here is very important. India is saying we can hit you where it hurts the most. It's also located close to Islamabad, strategically important. It's a powerhouse of Pakistan. So while you think that Rawalpindi has the maximum security infrastructure, we've managed to go right through and strike not once, but twice in Rawalpindi. It houses also the Pakistani Air Force College, which trains future pilots, future members for the Pakistani Air Force. And so there's messaging involved in that too. Now, it's also a crucial facility for the Lockheed C-130 aircraft. Remember how we highlighted that we're also ensuring that Pakistan feels crippled, faces losses to the tune of billions. They may have received a bailout package from the IMF. But looking at the strikes that we've conducted, they're facing losses much, much bigger than just $1 million. They're going to need a much bigger bailout package than just $1 billion to make up for the losses that we've made them suffer in the last many hours. Let's get you some of those images of the key Pakistan military targets that we've hit at. There are videos that have come to the fore, and this particular one is of key military installations of Pakistan along the LOC. These are videos released by the government which show Indian missiles hitting the Pakistan military installations. Mind you, Pakistan Army has been resorting to targeting civilians on along the border, along the LOC on the Indian side. This by far is one of really the defining images of the day. A huge, huge crater seen on the airstrip at the Rahim Yar Air Base. This is in Pakistan's South Punjab. Just look at the damage caused by one missile at the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. Clearly visible and tells you the sheer impact of that missile. The terrorist launch pad at Luni in Sialkot, Pakistan was completely destroyed by the BSF. Pakistan initiated unprovoked firing on BSF posts in the Jammu sector. The BSF immediately responded rather strongly, inflicting heavy damage on Pakistan Rangers posts and assets. India's blown up Pakistani post that was used to launch armed drones. A projectile hit the Pakistani post, reducing it to nothing but rubble. India blew up 4 air bases in Pakistan, 8 military bases in all. Prominent among them, which I told you about, was the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. This is the footage that's emerged from that. Multiple explosions reported at the Noor Khan Air Base early this morning. Noor Khan is a critical hub for the Pakistan Air Base. And you see there the footage of the massive fire that broke out right after the explosion. So now you know exactly why the government forces maintained that Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation, because we saw this coming. These multiple attempted drone strikes by Pakistan even firing missiles at India, which is unprecedented. And so last night, this morning as well, Pakistan launched drone attacks at India targeting civilian infrastructure as well as key strategic locations. And therefore, India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan. But mind you, India maintains we will not target civilian establishments. We've drawn the line there. Pakistan clearly hasn't. After Pakistan targeted several parts of India by launching even high-speed missiles aimed at the Punjab air base, the Indian air defense systems destroyed Pakistan's high-speed missiles. And then in retaliation, India hit back. We made it very clear that every step we take is in response to Pakistan. So if you fire a missile, you're going to get it right back. India launched precision strikes against Pakistan and hit Pakistan with ballistic missiles. Indian fighter jets, we understand, also struck Pakistani military infrastructure. And as a result, Pakistan's HQ-16, which is their primary air defense system, their storage, their bases, all of that destroyed by India. We've also highlighted how Pakistan was continuously trying to peddle lies, spread misinformation about Indian targets being struck by Pakistani forces. This is largely on social media, so we'll also put out a word of caution not to believe all the videos that are doing the rounds claiming damages to Indian property. In a special briefing, India also showed proof that its military bases are completely intact and that Pakistan is only trying to spread lies, create a divide within the country.
There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets.
नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे।
Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan.
चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपो को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायुसेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई।
Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur.
Let's cut across to an update coming in. You see this footage on your screens of Pakistani posts that have been destroyed by India. Now we're getting confirmation that multiple such posts have now been decimated. Indian troops using precision strike weapons once again. On Pak drone launch pads, we've directly struck to ensure that Pakistan can't resort to the same antics night after night of going ahead and launching a barrage of drones in our direction. So the footage on your screens shows exactly that. Pakistani posts going up in flames with once again are very precise strikes that are taking place. And these are the very posts from which the Pakistan army has not just been sending drones across, but also targeting civilians, which is why India is going right after them. We've been talking about this. Our forces are going directly after the source to ensure that one, Pakistan is crippled along the border, can't keep firing at our civilians along the LOC, and second, can't keep sending these drones across. Shivani Sharma is joining us with more details on this. Shivani, now really that we've had a few hours to kind of grasp the impact of India's counter-strike and how we've very precisely targeted Pakistani posts, targeted air bases with crucial equipment, with crucial gear for Pakistan. Take us through really what the impact is of this. Our forces perhaps counting on the fact that with these posts being blown up, these drone strikes that we're seeing every night, that won't happen this evening.
Akshita, there is a combination of weapon systems that is being used by the Indian Armed Forces against these terror launch pads and the Pakistani army areas in which they have been trying to escalate the tension and sending across drones, the swarm drones, the Baikar drones, the drones, kamikaze drones that they've been trying to send across the line of control towards Indian side and the western border. They all have been intercepted mid-air using different kind of assets, and these are the combined efforts of the Indian Army's air defense systems and also the Indian Air Force's system. So this is a robust system, Akshita, in which videos are quite evidently showing how Pakistan's posts have been destroyed and its misadventure of entering Indian territory. And especially, Akshita, we must note here the densely populated civilization, the densely populated cities, the non-military areas have been targeted by these drones by Pakistan, and all these threats have been neutralized. There are multiple weapons that are being used by Indian Army across the line of control too. There are videos that are now emerging showing the high alertness and high readiness of the Indian armed forces in this situation, as we see the situation escalating each day. That started from Operation Sindoor, and after that we've been seeing how the swarms have been directed towards Indian cities, 26 cities across the western border, starting from Jammu to Bhuj to Punjab, Amritsar, Baramulla. Important military installations were at strike from Pakistan, but India has thwarted all these attempts, and India is on a high state of preparedness with the multiple weapon systems, the RPGs that the Indian Army has been launching, the ATGMs that have been activated across the line of control, along with the heavy artillery gun shells that are being now directed forcefully towards army posts of Pakistan, where Army of Pakistan has been inflicted with major damages, Akshita. And there is a synergy between the forces out here, and Indian forces are striking, hitting hard, and Pakistan is trying its misadventures, to which all its attempts are now neutralized effectively.
You know, you're right in pointing out, Shivani, that we're seeing this synergy between our forces is reflective on the ground. It's reflective in the kind of precise strikes that we're seeing on the enemy targets. Let's focus really on how Pakistan has been attempting to send in these drones into Indian soil to target civilians, to target military establishments. Now, in some of your most crowded, most packed, populated border towns along the border, and this is a 3,000-kilometer stretch, that's where maximum drones are being pushed through by the Pakistan Army. So have no doubt in your mind that Pakistan is trying to inflict maximum civilian casualties right now. Pakistan again last night resorted to the same tactics, attempting to attack India with a second wave of drone strikes targeting innocent civilians. And Indian forces successfully thwarted these attacks. Over the last 48 hours here in India today, we've been highlighting for you how we have a robust air defense system that's made it essentially impossible for Pakistan to try and attack us using these drones. Pakistan attempted coordinated drone strikes at around 26 locations, ranging from Jammu and Kashmir right down to Bhuj in southern Gujarat. We've highlighted some of those locations for you, and just imagine this. Along that entire stretch of over 3,000 kilometers, we've ensured we've completely warded off these drone strikes along the international border, along the line of control. As forces thwarted these attacks, drone debris was also found in several parts, in Amritsar particularly, where we understand that multiple drones were sent across. Projectile debris was also found in Barmer of Rajasthan, in parts of Gujarat as well. So it's in retaliation to this and also the missile debris that's been found at a few locations that India also carried out precision strikes on key Pakistani military installations, on infrastructure, as well as on
Chichra in Gurdaspur saw 4 explosions, a bright light in the sky, and then there was a blast. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 blasts that happened in the fields. Thankfully, you can see that the village is not very far away, and here the crevice or the crater is so deep, you can see that it's about 15 feet down, 35 feet wide across. A big depression, perhaps caused by a drone and or by a small missile, is what one can fathom, though the military has taken away the spare parts, the debris has taken away the spare parts, the debris that were remaining here in this depression. But clearly, you know, this is the pattern that we've seen in the past few days, where there have been several drone attacks in this entire stretch of Punjab, Gurdaspur, Amritsar, Taran, Firozpur and Pathankot. And behind me, you can see that electric pole, the transformer that's completely, damaged here. That house right there, we are told that the residents were taken by shock. The window panes crashed with the entire impact in this village here, and naturally, ever since this has happened, we've seen a flurry of people pouring in to see what is happening. Firozpur, for instance, was a place where the drones actually dropped in a residential colony, and clearly, India has decimated every small or big attack that Pakistan has launched on the Indian soil, and the battle continues. With video journalist Deepak Bhesh, this is Mosmi Singh in Gurdaspur for India Today.
I'm at Wadala area of Amritsar, where at 5 o'clock in the morning a drone was shot down by the Indian Air Force. But what was recovered after the drone was shot down has surprised everyone. There were 2 cylinders, that particular drone was carrying, and you can see also, my camera person Satya will show you the visuals. On the cylinder it is written that 5 kilograms of explosive. Total weight of a cylinder is 10 kg. It means that total weight the drone was carrying is 20 kg, including both the cylinders and 10 kgs of explosives. Now, as far as the drone is concerned, that was taken away by the Indian Air Force and the armed forces. But as far as these 2 cylinders are concerned, we have been given to understand is that the explosives inside these cylinders are still active, and the bomb disposal squad will be coming here any time now, and they will be defusing this particular bomb. As far as this entire stretch is concerned, Amritsar is a very sensitive area. It has border with Pakistan, and that is why Pakistan has been continuously targeting Amritsar from last 3 days. As far as last 24 hours are concerned, we have been given to understand is that more than 2 dozen drones have been shot down by the Indian Air Force. But as far as Pakistan is concerned, they have been continuously sending such drones. But there has been change in pattern also. The pattern has changed, because initially it was drones only for surveillance, but now they are sending drones with explosives, particularly to target the military establishment area. But armed forces are also on their toes, and multiple such drones have been shot down. As far as this particular drone is concerned, what the sources within the armed forces are concerned, that if it had exploded, it would have been very damaging for everyone, not only for army establishment, but if at all in civilian area, if it would have fallen, it could have caused major damage. As far as this area is concerned, I will show you the visuals. Very strategically it was shot down in a way that it fell in this particular ground. But as far as the entire area is concerned, it is a highly dense area, and if it would have exploded, certainly it would have been damaging for the civilians also. But as far as the police, armed forces are concerned, they are saying that they will try their best to ensure that no damage is caused to army establishment or the civilians. With camera person Satya, this is Munish Pandey in Amritsar for India Today.
And let's also get you details of how our air defense system shot down kamikaze drones, also referred to as suicide drones, sent across by Pakistan. I told you earlier about how Amritsar seemed to be one of the targets of the Pakistan army. Many of these suicide drones were sent into Amritsar, all shot down. They were neutralized by our air defense system. Now, the information we have is that about 5 a.m., Pakistani forces launched multiple kamikaze drones across the international border towards Amritsar in a blatant attempt to strike densely populated residential areas. You see the images right now of the drone debris that's been found, and some of these drones also had cylinders attached to them as well. And so all of these drones, these kamikaze drones, have been shot down. I'd like to bring in Colonel Dev also. Colonel Rohit Dev is joining us on this broadcast. Colonel Dev, we're seeing now Pakistan, last night at least, resorting to sending a barrage of drones and different kinds of drones. This is something the Indian government has also spoken of. Turkish drones are being sent across, your cheap Chinese drones, and then kamikaze drones as well. And these are being sent particularly into civilian areas, Colonel. Colonel Dev, if you could unmute yourself, please.
What I was saying was, good morning firstly, and Jai Hind.
Yeah.
I think Pakistan taking its drones, whether they are cheap, effective, ineffective from Turkey, China, makes no difference, because Pakistan has the right to buy the military equipment from wherever it can. Now, the problem about the Pakistanis today is that they have climbed the escalation ladder themselves. We have not helped them to climb anything this time. So they attacked our civilians in Pahalgam. We struck their terror network. Then they came to our residential areas with drones, and we struck all the origins from where they were emanating, including Pakistan areas of Sialkot, Babalpur and Muridke, where I personally think that there were military commanders also available in those locations who have died as well with them. The third thing is that today, when they have struck the military bases and attempted to do so, we have had a small kind of equipment casualty, which our even press briefer also mentioned. But now is the time. The order needs to change. So you have now entered a phase where the initiative has to be seized from Pakistan. It cannot be these, trickling drones coming every morning and we trying to talk on a press brief or a television. Now is the time to economically blockade Pakistan from the Arabian Sea, to put that aircraft carrier we have paid the money for, to make sure that nothing goes into Karachi. You have to not isolate, but I'm making a very, very considered opinion, invest in Karachi, which means Uninathan will tell you what is the difference between isolation and investment. So you need to invest in Karachi now, and there's a way to do it. You need to invest in the movement which is along the border of Pakistan with Afghanistan and the Balochi movement. You have to invest. If they can do a Purulia on us, there can be Purulia done by anybody else on Pakistani soil. So time has come to activate that as well. Time is absolutely ripe to hit every military installation which we can in terms of command control centers, air bases, dumps, and wherever we can. And we know that target list. I don't have to talk on your channel, nor you have to talk about those lists. They need to be made more and more effective. You cannot today wait for your forward operating bases to be struck by some nonsensical drone or a swarm of drones, and thereafter you are not operational thereafter. Currently you are operational. War has been declared on the country. I mean, I don't know which parameter of war people are not understanding, especially the think tank who come on channels and the media itself. The Pakistani defense minister has categorically, into his own people, said it's an all-out war. He has made
So you
these three
deem this,
words,
Colonel Davis, a full-scale war?
No, it's not a full-scale war. There are steps of the war, right?
Yeah.
There are steps to graduate to the full-scale war. But make no bones about it, this is war. In Op Parakram, we mobilized. I was there in that, Imdadi Daste of the Armored Corps and Mechanized Infantry, which actually went through that time a little bit. Pakistan wailed in the 15-20 kilometer advance. We were made to recoil by, I don't know why and by who. And thereafter, we sacked our own general that time, right? I think time has come to take those hard decisions. You cannot, mollycoddle this and try to show always that, they're operating the flights. Your channel also said, and many others, with the, civilian aircrafts taking off, they are merging their, flights and strikes into India. That's a brazen attempt to, fool some nation which is not going to react. You have to also make sure
Colonel Dev, so far. Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
So let me just tell you, this is my Khurafati mind. You don't have to go about it. Not the Indian Army will go about it. When these planes take off and you have a PIA timetable taking off, strike in that direction towards the Pakistani aircraft. If it misses and the heat signature goes to the civilian aircraft, so be it. You cannot be a weak state with your people getting muzzled and maimed, and you are trying to take a cushion line. So collateral damage, good screening is a good thing to do, but time has come to make that escalation ladder count for Pakistan. Today, a missile was fired. People are bloating in Pakistan, including the military. Fateh 1 we have got. Now we'll do Fateh 2. Before he thinks about Fateh 2, Where are our missile systems? Why are they not targeting the strategic targets and key installations today? Today is the time. Don't wait for the night. Night is too long away. It's the time to start thinking. If we don't make that move and the muscle power in the Arabian Sea, that is enough to make Pakistan kneel, I'm telling you, kneel.
No, so
You
so
have to
far-
do it just for 3 days.
Okay, Sandeep, just to bring you in also on this, so far we've been responding, very aggressively we've been responding, that, if there is any hit by Pakistan or even an attempt, we respond in a matter of hours. Retaliatory strikes have been aggressive, but
Yes.
we've also shown a great deal of restraint, which in my opinion, contrary to Colonel Dave, is good, that we're making it very clear we will not target civilians no matter what. And we've drawn the line there. We have principles, unlike Pakistan maybe. But having said that, Sandeep, do you think with Pakistan constantly upping the ante every night, the time has come for India not to respond, but to hit out so that they stop it once and for all?
Oh, absolutely, Akshita. And in fact, the point that Colonel Rohit Dev mentioned, I just want to expand on that. He used a military coinage called OODA loop. I'll just explain what that means. It's
Yeah.
the OODA loop is called the observe, orient, decide and act. And it normally takes place over a couple of hours. And what he's mentioning is the fact that the Indian military's OODA loop is shrinking. Our response to the Pakistani aggression is in a matter of hours. And, just look at the phases of Operation Sindoor as well, how calibrated it has been over the last couple of days. I just put this down. Phase 1 of Operation Sindoor, if we can break it down, is it began on the 7th of May with the attacks, the surgical strikes, air strikes on terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan. 9 sites were chosen, all terrorist infrastructure. On the 8th of May, we went on to phase 2, which was military targets, where we hit an air defense radar. We were signaling to them again. And on the 9th of May, that was phase 3, that's today. Just last night, in fact, Pakistani Air Force airfields were targeted. 8 airfields were struck. This is a gradual, gradated escalation in our military response to Pakistan. Moving on from terrorist infrastructure to military targets, to finally Pakistan military infrastructure, their airfields. And nowhere have we actually struck at civilian infrastructure. We're a responsible country, we're a responsible military, we have a responsible military. We will certainly not target civilian infrastructure. But to look at the escalation ladder, where we are, it's very important to look at it again, because what Pakistan has done in the last couple of hours by firing those high-speed missiles is they have caused a gradual and a rapid escalation in the threat matrix. We have gone from the simple phase of border skirmishes. In the last couple of days, we've gone to air battles. We've gone to targeting military infrastructure and airfields, and finally Pakistan has taken it to the level of firing tactical ballistic missiles, which is what the spokesperson mentioned, the high-speed missiles that were fired. And the spokespersons also indicated that a military mobilization had already begun in Pakistan as well. They indicated that Pakistan was moving forces towards the border. This suggests that Pakistan is trying to, play the victim card of being the irrational actor and all of that. All of it to bring international attention into the subcontinent and to try and diffuse the situation to their advantage, Akshita. But I think we have been playing a very responsible and a very mature stance. We've been going down this escalation, going up this escalation ladder very carefully, very calibrated measures, very calibrated responses. And in all of our statements over the last 3 days or so, we've indicated that we would want to de-escalate. There has been a strong element of de-escalation built into all of the foreign secretary's statements over the last 3 days.
Our response, yes, has been mature, but I'd like to also bring in Commodore Kale on this. Commodore, what do you think, your view on this? We're dealing with Pakistan, which has no principles, okay, I'll take that across to Colonel Dave. We're dealing with Pakistan, Colonel, which has no principles. We're maintaining a mature response. We're ensuring we don't target civilian establishments. But is it simply that Pakistan doesn't understand that language?
No, why should we expect Pakistan to understand any language of a civilized norm? That country from 71 onwards has been built on a very, very strong ideological edifice and which is based on the Quranic concept of war. Uninathan would have read that book called The Quranic Concept of War by Brigadier Malik. I will exhort all journalists to at least read it on this Sunday so that they're aware where Pakistan emanates in terms of ideology. And that is where there are two wars which are unaddressed, which is the ideological warfare emanating from Pakistan, and second is the media sort of warfare, where they lead us, the perception warfare, as I might call it. Pakistan has been way ahead for the last 3 decades, and today also they are so much ahead. They may create any kind of frenzy for their own population. They might create any timestamp of even 2020 aircraft crashing in Pokhran, but showcase it today. They are much more effective. They are effective because they're trying to keep their awam calm and saying we are doing things, and they are trying to create the right hysteria to go to US and the West to try and ease this tension in their interest in the next 8-9 days. That is not our interest at all. Militarily, it does not suit India to fight a small skirmish. It suits India to actually cut Pakistan into many parts and to destroy their war fighting ability over the next few years. We haven't done it so beautifully till now, but they have been able to do it. Right from the UN representative, when she used to sit in UN, that lady called Miss Lodi or somebody, Mahila Lodi. From her time,
Yes.
a lot of money. The Americans used to give money for ABC development. ADB used to give money. World Bank used to give money. They use that money to strengthen their defensive layout along the Sialkot sector, Shakargat Bulge. They put the money into Arsenal. They put the money into terrorism. And they also put the money to spread this propaganda right across the globe through their embassies, money. And they even bought people inside the Indian system, right from top polity to anybody else in media concerned, including, I will not say the armed forces, but yes, I have a hunch. But that having said, today is not the time to talk about tutu mame kind of military tussle between India and Pakistan. It's much more driven by ideology, much more driven by perception, and that is where media needs to step up. A, B, our think tank needs to, who are making these decisions. If you are going to hit 9 targets, those 9 targets are nothing. The ingraining of the Pakistani militia, they are taught that Quranic concept of war in their military. They are seasoning their troops, they're seasoning their awam, they're seasoning their terrorists. How do you achieve anything by only targeting 9 points and then saying that we have done enough? Yes, we did that. We also hit 3 purposefully, targets in Pakistan to make sure that this Munir terrorist does not have any other option but to escalate. That's a good thinking. He's falling prey to our thinking. It's a very good escalation ladder which he is creating. So now he has done and gone hit your population. Now he's gone and hit your military targets. What more do you want? So now, just short of crossing the IB or the LC, there are many, many, many options which India is exercising and India must exercise, and that is the way forward. So leave this small skirmish, one tank here, 2 soldiers there, 5 terrorists trying to infiltrate. This is not news. The news is how, and even political assassinations and killing of their, leadership and their terrorists is very, very important. Known, unknown gunmen, Afghanistani, Baluchis, it's all par for the course. Let's call brass tacks as brass tacks. Let's not mince words. Yes, we don't want to kill anybody. We didn't ask our people to be killed. You asked for it, and we are going to now counter-retaliate, and that's what we're going to be. Regarding the mobilization part, I think Pakistan knows what it's doing, right? Because only you can explain to them a little later. I have to go somewhere else after maybe 15 minutes. The Shakargat Bulge is one example. Ramir Khan Theatre of Operations is one example. And third is the LC environment. Beyond that, it's purely aerial. And in our case, aerial emanates from the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Navy. So I think if somebody from military sense just heard what I said, they can appreciate with 3 strike codes on this side, with high scale of mobility post-Uri, with arms and ammunition and a war-waging capability more than others. And unlike some other channels, at least I'm happy Unni and other people like Gaurav are in your channel who understand that WWR is war wastage reserve and not rate. Rate has to have a parameter beyond it, right? So please explain and see where we are. And today is the time for, I will exhort your channel very responsibly, that shape the battle in the positive content, which you have been doing till now, for our country's future efforts in the next at least 15 days. And if it gets blown beyond that, we don't care. Then we have enough things to handle on our plate thereafter. So I think that is the thought. And please push this thought. Don't go by the small mimicking job of, one section, one platoon, and one infiltrator coming in. It makes no sense to us anymore.
Our viewers are
Pakistan has
listening to your
crossed
perspective.
the threshold.
Yeah, so you've put out your perspective, Colonel Dave, and I'm sure our viewers are also taking note of it. So thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. We've been, of course, talking about Pakistan resorting to targeting civilians, and what Colonel Dave also spoke about, the propaganda that they constantly put out. And in this age of social media, there are several videos, claims that are doing the rounds with zero fact-checking. And here, as promised on India Today, we will continue to separate fact from fiction. Here's a roundup of some of the videos that are doing the rounds right now. So first, let's tell you about the claims that were made by Pakistani officials that they had destroyed Indian military assets following the drone attack. They also accused the Indian military of lying. Now, in a media briefing, the Foreign Secretary stated that Pakistan is peddling falsehood. The government has assured that no damage has occurred to any Indian military assets. And also with that, we've put out these pictures to show all is well. Our bases are 100% intact. There's been no damage to military assets. Okay, there's a video that's doing the rounds. That one that you see there on your screens with claims that an Indian post was blown up by the Pakistan army. Now, in this video, it's alleged that the post was destroyed after Pakistan's counter to Operation Sindoor. The government has fact-checked this particular video, clarifying it's completely unrelated. And this actually is an incident that dates way back to November 2020, now being repurposed by Pakistan to spread their lies. Let's get you our next fact-check. This video, some claiming an Indian soldier is crying amid the India-Pakistan tension. The video claims that soldiers are abandoning their posts. You see that in the caption. This is the kind of propaganda being spread. Let's make it very, very clear that this is an old video. It actually shows a student from a defense coaching institute celebrating after being selected to join the Indian army. So it's the exact opposite of what the claim is, that this is an Indian soldier crying. Apart from social media, even international news outlets like Al Jazeera reported that Pakistan carried out blasts at 10 locations near the Srinagar airport. The government has made it very clear that this is not true, it's fake news. The Indian government has clarified that all attempted attacks by Pakistan were successfully thwarted. So no, there were no 10 blasts or any blasts near the Srinagar airport. Here's our next fact check. India has attacked the Nanak Sahib Gurudwara with drones. This is the claim being made on social media. And extremely provocative post this. And very clearly, during Operation Sindoor, we've shown you that repeatedly. The Indian government has targeted only terror hubs in Pakistan. This is a fake video. Do not fall for that narrative. Okay, our next fact check is of a video that's doing the rounds to claim that this was an explosion near Jaipur airport. In complete darkness, you can hear the sounds of blasts in this video. This has, in fact, been dismissed, quashed by the Jaipur district collector, who confirmed no such explosion occurred in or around the Jaipur airport. You're with us here on India Today for our rolling coverage on phase 3 of Operation Sindoor and the conflict between India and Pakistan. Pakistan firing a ballistic missile towards India, leading to a sharp counter-strike by our forces as well. All the details that you need to know, the briefing that's coming from the government and much more coming your way. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Let's begin with the headlines. India demolishes 4 Pakistani air bases, 4 other radar and weapons facility in precision strikes, explosions in Rawalpindi, Lahore and 6 other sites. Government confirms Pakistan launched high-speed missiles at 1:40 a.m. but was neutralized by air defense systems. Forces say Pakistan attempted to hit a Punjab airbase.
There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab.
India destroys Pakistan terror hubs and drone launch pads. Caught on camera, you see these Indian precision strikes blowing up Pakistan terror pads. Pakistan hides information of assets and weaponry losses in Indian strikes, but India gives proof that there's been no damage caused whatsoever to our military assets. Coward Pakistan attacks residential areas in Jammu. This is what led to India's strikes on Pakistani bases, because just look at the damage Pakistan created. Let's get you breaking news that's coming in right now of meetings that are taking place in Delhi. The three service chiefs meeting with Prime Minister Modi at his residence. The Chief of Defence Staff is also present in the meeting. Now, this seems to have become a routine of sorts. We saw a similar meeting taking place yesterday as well. The Chief of Defence Staff, the three service chiefs, first meeting with the Defence Minister. That's followed by a meeting with the Prime Minister as well. A great deal of focus, of course, on all the developments that have come in and how Pakistan has scaled up its provocations by firing or attempting to fire a ballistic missile at our bases in India. So at this point, there is going to be, of course, a routine briefing and perhaps more discussed in that huddle. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us with more details on this. Aishwarya, sources telling us that the Prime Minister, Defence Minister, closely real-time tracking all the updates coming in from along the border. But this kind of meetings with the Chief of Defence Staff, the three service chiefs with the Prime Minister seems to have now become a daily routine affair.
Well, Akshata, not just daily, even we have seen how sometimes twice a day briefing is being given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What exactly is happening, not just in Jammu and Kashmir, but in other states as well. States like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, all these information, all these things are now being told to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And all three chiefs, let me tell you, they arrived almost together, barely a minute apart. And the CDS also, the Chief of Defence Staff, he also is a part of the meeting. The meeting, from what we are understanding, Akshata, will go on for at least an hour and a half, because late last night also we saw very crucial meeting taking place at Prime Minister's residence. What exactly is happening on the front, how prepared India is, and what needs to be done going forward, all these things will now be charted out. These are crucial meetings, Akshata, which are now taking place at the Prime Minister's house. We also understand that the three chiefs also briefed the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. That meeting took place early in the morning, and also the CDS was with Rajnath Singh just a couple of hours ago. So we are expecting spate of meetings to take place today, expecting Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also to arrive at Prime Minister's house shortly. But at the moment, it's the three chiefs along with the Chief of Defence Staff, Dr. Anil Chauhan. He too is now present in the meeting. What needs to be done next? What are the preparations that India has done, and also an assessment of what has happened over the past 3 days? That also is something that will now be done. Akshita.
Okay, so we're seeing that this meeting is happening right now. The Prime Minister closely tracking the situation along the border right now and the updates that are coming in on the situation real time. And it is perhaps in this meeting that India is also going to be figuring out the strategy for the next 24 hours, which is going to be extremely crucial in this conflict, Aishwarya.
Well, definitely, Akshita. We are seeing how de-escalation, that's one word which we are hearing again and again, be it the US, be it other nations. China also now in a statement has said that they are closely monitoring what's happening between India and Pakistan, and they are now hoping that peace prevails. So with regards to that also, what should be done diplomatically, how India now needs to make sure that there is pressure on Pakistan, all those things also will be looked at, because it's not just one thing that we are looking at. It's not a linear thing that India at the moment is looking at. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is looking at how to surround Pakistan 360-degree. That's also something that is clearly being looked at. All the details of what has happened, what happens at night, how are the drones coming in, how the Air Force is now making sure that they do not touch land. All those things will now be told to the Prime Minister, and the next course of action, what now needs to be done, how prepared the three chiefs are, all those things will now be discussed. And we are seeing, as you rightly pointed out, Akshita, this has become routine. Not just once every day, even twice, we are seeing the three chiefs coming and meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Akshita, also expected to meet Prime Minister shortly.
Okay, Aishwarya, we're going to keep tracking the big updates that come in from those meetings. A busy day for the Prime Minister, as it has been for the last many days, as he's been tracking the situation very closely. Tensions rising between India and Pakistan. The government has, in their communication so far, made it clear that they've given a full free hand to our forces to respond how, when and where they want. We'll be tracking the latest on that meeting. Let's now get you some of the images of really the strikes, the counter-strikes by India. We've been reporting on it from 3 a.m. this morning, and images have been trickling in of how Pakistani military targets and military installations essentially have been crippled and badly damaged as a result of our strikes. Here are some of those images that prove that. In a targeted strike, India hit key military installations of Pakistan along the LOC. These are videos released by the government which show Indian missiles hitting Pakistani military installations, Pakistani posts, from where they've been launching these drones into India every night. This is the Rahimyar Air Base in Pakistan's South Punjab. See that huge crater on the airstrip. Damage caused by our missile at the Rahimyar Khan Air Base clearly visible. The terrorist launchpad at Luni in Sialkot of Pakistan completely destroyed by the BSF. Pakistan initiated unprovoked firing on BSF posts, and the BSF responded strongly, inflicting heavy damage on Pakistani Rangers' posts and assets. India also blowing up Pakistani post that was used to launch these armed drones. A projectile hit the Pakistani post, reducing it to a rubble. We've hit 8 military bases in Pakistan, many of them air bases. Prominent among them was the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. Multiple explosions were reported at this base early this morning. Noor Khan is a critical hub for the Pakistan Air Force. It's located near the headquarters of the Pakistan Army. So let's tell you right now about the military bases that have been struck by India. 8 military bases across Pakistan have been hit with precision weapons. Our fighter jets are also being used to hit many of these targets. Now, we've particularly chosen these 8 military sites strategically, keeping in mind that this is where command centers are. This is where Pakistani radars are. And so 8 locations that have been targeted. We're talking about locations in Sialkot, in Rawalpindi, in Lahore, and several other locations. Pakistan's army has been crippled, and how? Their air defense has essentially gone kaput because we've targeted it repeatedly. Weapon depots completely blown up as well. This kind of loss that Pakistan army is suffering right now is a result of them attempting to target our bases with a ballistic missile. An unbelievable escalation by Pakistan that's warranted this response by India. And as expected, while Pakistan didn't manage to hit any of our bases and we thwarted all of their attempts to attack us, our precision strikes have hit right where we wanted, with us strategically first targeting their air defense and following that up with these kind of strikes. So we're getting you all of the details of the different locations where we've been seeing these strikes taking place. Each of these locations handpicked because of the synergy that we've seen between our forces and our intel agencies. They've been keeping a close watch of the bases in which the maximum assets are parked of the Pakistan military. Those are the bases that we've targeted. So even as Pakistan may be going around the world trying to get bailout packages, getting $1 billion from the IMF, they're going to need a lot more to deal with the losses that they've suffered as a result of our strikes. But mind you, I'll reiterate here again that these are non-escalatory retaliatory strikes by India being done because Pakistan fired a ballistic missile at us. A different story, of course, that a robust air defense system immediately thwarted that attack. But the moment Pakistan provokes, we're hitting back with the same message. We're hitting back 10 times harder. I want to take this across to our Ankit Kumar. He's joining us live from our newsroom to kind of decode for you why each of these bases were chosen in the counter strikes by India. Ankit, take it away. Ankit, can you hear me? All right, apologies. We're going to connect with Ankit there and get you his detailed report. He's going to be taking you through some of those images that you see on your screens of these different air bases, of the Noor Khan Air Base and several others. I understand Ankit is back with me. Ankit, if you can hear me, take us through these images and what it means.
Well, Akshita, visuals speak 1,000 words. This is the prime air base of Pakistan Air Force that was targeted earlier today. Now, just to give you some sense what Pakistan might have lost here, the operational capability, what you can see is this satellite picture actually shows the kind of assets which have been deployed at this particular location. You can see refuelers. You know, when you are in a situation where you need consistent ferries of your fighter aircrafts, these come very handy. If somehow your enemy, in this case, that are us, if somehow your enemy managed to target one of these or hit this part, these runways, then all these assets become null and void, right? Second part, there is the engineering depot, very critical. Again, National Aerospace Science and Technology Park, right in the vicinity. This is an actual grab from the social media footage that we have geolocated. So all these infrastructure, and remember, there is this Center for Artificial Intelligence. So everything, we know for sure that the VVIP aircrafts of Pakistan top military brass, top politicians, prime ministers, all those VVIP aircrafts are parked here. So once you take this airbase out of equation, the GHQ, the military leadership of Pakistan, really you have managed to cut their wings. So this is one satellite picture. If we move to the next satellite picture, we can further show. Now, this is again Chunian Khan, Pakistan. Now, there is no airbase, but why is it important? It is important because it has an ISI facility right here. There are a couple of helipads, but this ISI facility, we are being told, is being used as a command and control center. So that is why this particular place has been hit. If we move to the next picture, the next satellite picture should show you an airbase. If our producers can come to the next satellite picture.
We're going to fix that. We're going to come back to you once we fix that and get the rest of those pictures also.
Again,
yeah, Ankit, go ahead.
This is again Sukur Airways. Why is it critical? Only 100 kilometers from international border. So remember, in times like these, Pakistan will need proximity, very much tactical. You can see hangars, and this is not a military aircraft. This is possibly used by the military leadership or even the politicians who come here. So very tactical because of the proximity from the international borders. So now you have visual evidence of all the assets that might have been affected because of the overnight air raids by the Indian Air Force. Akshita.
All right, thanks Ankit for getting us that report. Ankit showing us some of the bases that have been targeted by India. These are Pakistani air bases. You can see the kind of assets that are placed in these particular locations, which is why we are seeing them being targeted by India. Clearly, we had planned this. We knew exactly which are the locations to pick out and target. And let's also get you some of the pictures that are coming in right now. The first pictures of what exactly has been the impact of our strikes on these Pakistani air bases. This is where, in fact, this is the Rahim Yar Khan air base, which is where the JF-17 fighters are kept. First images on your screens there. Look at that. Let's also come full frame to those pictures. This is from the airbase. This is the aftermath of the Indian precision strike. The forward airbase, which was hit with drones, which was hit with UAV ops. And just look at the impact there. The damage created to the building that's part of, in fact, this airbase. This is the Sheikh Zayed International Airport, which is in this particular airbase. So this particular airbase also has a lot of weapons system of Pakistan that's kept there, and that's why strategically we chose this location. I'll bring in Sandeep Unitan also to kind of explain to us the relevance, the importance of the Rahim Yar Khan airbase. We're putting out pictures, Sandeep, the first images of the kind of impact of this particular strike.
Well, Akshita, Rahim Yar Khan International Airport, and of course it's the Rahim Yar Khan International Pakistan Air Force Base. It's named after Sheikh Zayed of the UAE, who's been a big donor to Pakistan, and in his honor it's been named. But this is also a dual-use facility, as your footage is showing, that it's used both by the civil and the military. But essentially, this targeting of 8 airfields inside of Pakistan, these 8 air bases inside of Pakistan, is a very, very significant move by the Indian Air Force and, of course, by the government of India, conveying resolve in taking on the Pakistan Air Force, which has, over the last few days, been striking at Indian installations, been striking at military cities, military installations, sending out a message to the Pak Air Force's vulnerabilities, striking them on the ground, striking their infrastructure, their command posts, their ammunition dumps, all of that. And this is, it's unprecedented again, Akshita. I keep using that word. We've not seen these kind of strikes since the 1971 war. That's over 54 years since now that we've not seen the Indian Air Force conducting such extensive attacks on Pakistani airfields. The last time we saw that was in 1971. And in fact, just last night we had Admiral Arun Prakash, a former chief of the naval staff, who was possibly one of the most unique pilots in India, because he was an Indian naval pilot in 1971. He was flying Hunters with the Indian Air Force, and he struck at Sargodha Air Base, which was then a very key position for the Pakistan Air Force, and he took out a C-130 transport aircraft, and of course the aircraft used by Chuck Yeager, the Colonel Chuck Yeager, who was the US air attaché to Pakistan at that time. And of course, everyone remembers him as the fastest, the first person to cross the sound barrier. It was a test pilot. But the fact is that we've not seen this kind of operations in 54 years. And this is very, very significant. The government of India has escalated the situation to a point when it is indicating to Pakistan that all options are on the table. We first struck at terrorist infrastructure in phase 1 of Operation Sindoor. We went after the military infrastructure in phase 2 by taking out the radar sites. Phase 3, what we are seeing on your screens right now, is when we are taking on the airfields, those 8 airfields that India has carefully monitored, tracked and targeted, and finally struck with precision-guided air-to-ground missiles, again, to ensure that no damage was done to civilians. We have only targeted military infrastructure. We have targeted a very key Pakistan Air Force base. And this must have rattled Pakistan, Akshita, because, it is a small country. It's possibly less than 1/4 India's territory, and it has a lot of military infrastructure very close to the international border with India, and that would have added to their discomfort looking at all of these images, seeing that there cannot be any low-cost option of targeting India using terrorism or even using drones. Any attack of the kind that they've launched, including the one using a high-speed ballistic missile, will be met with this kind of retaliation where your infrastructure, your critical assets of your air force will be targeted. But again, it is still confined to military targets. It's still confined to the air force, it's confined to the army.
Correct.
Big signaling from India over here, Akshita.
Very true. And Sandeep, you highlighted what phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 of Operation Sindoor looks like. And there'll be a big question mark of what phase 4 will look like. That perhaps is based on what Pakistan does next, because we've been hitting back in retaliation to Pakistan's provocations and Pakistan's attempts to target our bases. I'll bring in Ankit Kumar also joining us from the newsroom to kind of describe the images that we're seeing right now, Ankit, on our screens.
Akshita, important to point out that the visuals that you are showing, remember India today does not have a camera deployed there, that the visuals that we are showing has been duly checked, verified, geolocated by India Today's fact-check team. So just to give you some sense why we are putting these out. Now, there are two types of visual that you can see. There is a building. Earlier in the morning, we also showed a large crater on a runway. We can now say with certain authority that the crater is from the middle of the runway. Remember, there's only one runway. There's only one functional runway at that airport. If you take that out, that makes the airbase redundant. Also, these support architecture buildings, from these social media footages, we can confirm that they are from that very place and they are visibly damaged. So a very critical, very strategic Air Force station, Air Force base that Pakistan could have used opposite Rajasthan, that is now redundant.
Okay, thanks very much, Ankit, for joining us with those details. And Ankit rightly pointing out that these pictures we have verified, we have vetted, and then put it out so that you get an accurate picture right now of the kind of damage on Pakistani air bases. All right, apologies for that. This is the Rahim Yar Khan Airport. It's a air base and also a civilian airport. But mind you, we've ensured that the damage in the building happened at a time when the airport wasn't functioning. So again, ensuring very clearly that civilians aren't targeted. Pakistan may keep doing it. Pakistan may keep provoking, targeting our civilians along the line of control, sending across drones to target civilian establishments. But that's a red line we will not cross. India is mature. We have principles. We stick by that, no matter what kind of provocations Pakistan resorts to. But we will hit, and we'll hit hard at their military bases. And it is from the Rahim Yar Khan Airport that we've also seen those pictures of a massive crater right bang in the middle of the runway. So this airport being hit, impacted very badly. And just a glimpse, really, of the kind of damage we've inflicted. Because, mind you, there are 8 bases in all, 8 military bases, largely air bases, that have been targeted in this manner by India, including a missile being fired in Rawalpindi at the Noor Khan Air Base. And those images we're awaiting. We assure you we will get them for you as well once we verify all the footage doing the runs to show you what is the aftermath of our strike on the Noor Khan Air Base, which is perhaps the most significant strike of the lot that we've seen right now in the last few hours by India. Let me introduce on this broadcast Dr. Tara Karta, terrorism and security expert and former director of the National Security Council Secretariat. Dr. Karta, thank you for your time. Good afternoon. As we beam these images, Dr. Karta, of the Rahim Yar Khan Airport, just break down for us the significance of what India has done here, how we've strategically chosen each of these 8 military bases, keeping in mind the fact that these house several military assets for Pakistan.
Well, it's a bit of a step up in terms of escalation, definitely, because this time you are hitting Rawalpindi. That is going to make the army go ballistic, quite literally go ballistic on this issue. So Chaklala is a very key area of the operations. And you've brought out, by the way, congratulations to your team. Excellent work, excellent reporting. So apart from that, I'm actually a little more worried about the fact that the meeting of the Nuclear Command Authority, Pakistan, the Nawaz Sharif had called a meeting of the Nuclear Command Authority hours after the IMF cleared the loan. I mean, they were clearly waiting to see the IMF would clear it or not. It did. And then this meeting took place. So it's very surprising to me. And I've said on your channel that the IMF will never give money to a country at war, but it did.
Yeah.
And it goes against its own charter. So this is something we have to evaluate. What is the signaling here? That they've got the money and they held the meeting, and now as the ministry said, the troops are coming close to the border. Till now, we had no troop movements. Now we do. So it's a clear escalation. In terms of military operations, I don't think I'm not a military person. I cannot comment on. The main thing is you've taken out all the forward bases. You've taken out all their two, three of their major. Though I should say that a runway, even if it is hit, it's not very difficult to bring it back into operations. Nowadays, that you have the technology to quickly put it back, but it's the signal that matters. And I think Pakistan has got that message that if you ramp up, so will we, which is the important thing here. Let's see how they react. I'm told that Secretary Rubio has spoken to the Pakistan Army Chief. He's spoken to the Pakistan Prime Minister. And I saw those messages.
But I suspect, Dr. Karta, it won't make much of a difference because, this is a rogue state we're talking about. It's been very clear in the manner in which that they fired a ballistic missile at India, tried to target our bases. So they had this coming their way. And I don't think there will be any sort of de-escalation on their part. This is a country that's actually received a bailout package, and Dr. Karta is right. They've received a bailout package of $1 billion. The joke really is on the IMF here, that you've actually given a terror state that much money. And add to it the fact that the country has been resorting to this kind of a conflict, targeting civilians at that, and yet you handed out money to them. But we can tell you right now that the kind of damages that have been reported, and reports of which are trickling in from these air bases, where you have Pakistani military assets parked, that we've targeted those. It's going to cost Pakistan at least a few billions to be able to make up for those losses. So the $1 billion that the IMF has given them, we know where it's going to be used. We know how they've used it previously to kind of ensure that their terrorism flourishes from the hands of the Pakistan army. This time, however, they're going to have to also lick their wounds with what we've done. So, at this point, while we've been talking a whole lot about really what the IMF has done with that bailout package, I want to bring the focus again to the strikes by India and the pictures that you see on your screens. This is the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in Pakistan. It's also a civilian airport. So these pictures which you see of the building, very grand looking, all in rubble right now, with the roof largely collapsing through. This is the Sheikh Zayed International Airport, the civilian part, which is the building, and then the airbase also. In the runway, you've got this massive, massive crater, and that shows you really the impact of other strikes conducted by us. Mind you, and I'll highlight this again, that this building that you see, which is the airport, didn't have any civilians inside. Our agencies, our forces have been working together to ensure that no civilian establishments have been targeted. And that's because we've also gone ahead with very clear precision targets. We've chosen our location, we've fired right at that location, not a single building left or right neighboring. None of that has been affected. We are making it clear that our fight is against Pakistani terror. We're making it clear our fight is also against the Pakistani army if they choose to harbor these terrorists, if they choose to protect and shield them, and then attempt to hit us. The ballistic missile that was fired by the Pakistan army is what's triggered these counter strikes by India in multiple locations. What we're showing you is the Rahim Yar Khan Airport, but there are several other locations. Perhaps the most important of those is the Noor Khan Air Base, which is in Rawalpindi, which Dr. Karta also spoke about, because this really is the most influential, the most powerful hub of air bases in Pakistan, because it's bang in Rawalpindi, which is the army headquarters. So that would have really, really hurt Pakistan. We're going to get you images also very, very soon of what the Noor Khan Air Base looks like. But the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base, I will go back to those images, the 3 different sequences that we're showing you, because we have access now multiple footages, verified footage that we're putting out of what exactly has been the impact. There you go. You've got the building outside completely collapsing. Right in the middle are the pictures that we referred to earlier, which is that in the runway, you have a massive massive crater. It is very, very deep, which we've tried to measure and show you about the damage created to the runway there. Just look at that crater. And then on the extreme right of your screens, more pictures of really what the airport looks like. This is an airport/airbase, and this is a location we've targeted again because it's here that you have Pakistani military assets parked. We've been getting you all of those reports of, F-16s, JF-17s, all based, parked in these particular locations. The idea is not just to send a message to Pakistan that while we'll repel every single one of your attacks, we will ensure that every one of our precision strikes hits bang on target, and there's no way you can stop us. Pakistan's air defense system has been absolutely useless against Indian strikes. And why is that? Because we have strategically planned our strikes. If you look at phase 2 of Operation Sindoor, when we targeted military establishments, we did ensure that we downed a lot of the air defense systems that Pakistan has in place. And with a barrier of sorts, if you will, and think of it as a bubble over the Pakistan airspace that ensures nothing can come through, that bubble essentially popped. And so everything's managing to go right through, which is why all of our strikes have hit the target that we wanted, that we intended. Pakistan, but asked for this. They should have seen it coming. They fired a ballistic missile at us, so our forces immediately retaliated. I want to bring in Dr. Karta once again on this. Dr. Karta, we've been speaking about the escalation ladder here and where things stand right now. As of now, till now, there were skirmishes that were being reported, or at least that's how it's deemed, what we've been seeing between India and Pakistan. With Pakistan firing a ballistic missile, India countering by targeting air bases, do you think we've scaled up now, but within the realm of limited battle?
Yeah, I certainly think so. You might soon be entering Sindoor 3. Because I think, for one, that Noor Khan has their entire air mobility command. If that has been hit, these guys are, like I said, they're going to go quite literally ballistic. But the point is, I think from the briefing, what we got is that what has not happened so far is that Pakistani troops are moving towards the border. And right now, this image which you're showing, my God, that's a massive, massive crater. So obviously, we've been using some pretty heavy weapons here, bunker busting type of weapons. So this, I think we should brace ourselves for Sindoor 3. That's going to happen unless we get an off-ramp somewhere. I don't know where that is. Because I don't see the Pakistan Army Chief is not to be seen, but presumably somewhere underground with his corps commanders directing these attacks, because the civilians really have no say. So like you said correctly, talking to the Prime Minister is not going to make much difference, even if it's the US Secretary of State.
Okay, Dr. Karta, just stay with me. Big breaking news that's coming in right now. Details that are emerging of really the impact of Operation Sindoor Phase 1 that I'm referring to, when we struck those terror targets. Information now coming in of all the terrorists who were eliminated, who were neutralized. In the last 48 hours, our agencies have been going through all the bodies that have been found. Who were the terror chiefs who were eliminated? And we can confirm for you that Abu Jundal, one of the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists, handlers who were involved in the planning of 26/11, he's been neutralized in the strikes that we conducted against terror hubs. This is big, big breaking news that's coming in. Now, we understand that Abu Jundal has been eliminated, neutralized. Then you have Hafiz Mohammed Jamil with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. Okay, apologies. The information that we have right now is that this is, in fact, Abu Jundal, and the information we have is that this is an LET terrorist, not the same Abu Jundal who was involved in 26/11, but nonetheless an Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who is in charge of the Markaz Taiba in Muridke, who's been eliminated. Remember those strikes that happened at the LET headquarters 2 days ago? The Markaz Taiba was the biggest target there, and so you've had the Lashkar in charge of this particular location who's been eliminated, neutralized. I'll get you a list of all the others. You have Hafiz Mohammed Jamil of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the brother-in-law of Masood Azhar, who's been neutralized, who is in charge of bringing in funds for Jaish-e-Mohammed, who is actively involved in the radical indoctrination of youth, essentially recruiting terrorists for Jaish-e-Mohammed. Gaurav Sawant is joining us with more details on this. Gaurav, run us through the terror kill list.
India Today now gets you details of the top terrorists who've been neutralized by India's surgical strike that took place, and this was India's massive missile strike that has taken place both at the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters at Muridke and at the Jaish-e-Mohammed facility, one of their top centers at Bahawalpur, and the in charges of both the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters and of Jaish-e-Mohammed at Bahawalpur have been neutralized. And India Today gets you the list of the top 5 terrorists who were killed in these 2 attacks. Take a look at that other image that we are about to show you in a moment of the Pakistan army giving a guard of honor to the terrorists who've been killed. Now you know why Pakistan army generals were present, whether it was the corps commander or top officers of the Pakistan army who were lending a shoulder to the mortal remains of the terrorists killed, because these are top category A terrorists who've been killed by Indian Army, Indian Air Force's missile strike. And I want to bring you this entire list that's been accessed exclusively by India Today. Mudassir Khadian Khas Mudassar, alias Abu Jundal of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, was in charge of Markaz-e-Taiba Muridke. He is the terrorist who received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistan army, and a wreath was laid on behalf of the Chief of the Army Staff of Pakistan, General Asim Munir, and a wreath was laid on the behalf of Punjab Chief Minister Maryam Nawaz. His funeral prayer was held in a government school and led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, a JUD, a designated global terrorist. Not just that, the information that India Today has been able to access says a serving Lieutenant General of the Pakistan Army and the Inspector General of Punjab Police in Pakistan attended the prayer ceremony, and that is because of the seniority of the terrorist who was eliminated at Muridke. That's point 1. Point 2, Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, again Jaish-e-Mohammed. Why is he so important? Because he's the eldest brother-in-law of that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, in charge of Markaz Subhanallah at Bahawalpur, actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising in Jaish-e-Mohammed. He too was neutralized. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, alias Ustadji, alias Muhammad Salim. This again is a Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist, handled weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed, involved in multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, wanted also in the IC-814 hijack. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar killed. Then Khalid, alias Abu Akasha, Lashkar-e-Taiba, involved in multiple terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, engaged in weapons smuggling from Afghanistan, engaged also in several other terrorist activities. Now, his funeral was held in Faisalabad and attended by senior Pakistan Army officers and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. And that's not all. While several other terrorists were killed, we are getting you the list of the top 5 terrorists who were killed in India's missile strike. Muhammad Hassan Khan of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and he is the son of Mufti Asghar Khan Kashmiri, the operational commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. He played a critical role in coordinating terrorist strikes in Jammu and Kashmir. So these are top terrorists who were eliminated, and so pained was the Pakistan army that the Pakistan army since has been targeting India for killing their strategic assets. And a Lieutenant General, a serving Lieutenant General of the Pakistan Army attended the funeral. A wreath was laid on behalf of Pakistan's Army Chief General Asim Munir and Maryam Nawaz, the Chief Minister of Pakistan's Punjab province. Akshita, this is the list of all the top terrorists. The list is much longer, but on India Today, we're getting you the list of top terrorists who were neutralized in India's precision strike to take on Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror.
So a couple of takeaways there from what Gaurav has essentially told us. What he's listed out is just 5 names, 5 terror bosses, terror masterminds who've been eliminated, neutralized by our strikes in phase 1 of Operation Sindoor. And what it also confirms right now, based on what Gaurav tells us, particularly the first name on that list is, imagine this, the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist. So it's confirmed now that it was an elite man who got that massive hero's funeral from the Pakistan army, from the Pakistan government. Add to it Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, some of the relatives of Masood Azhar involved in the Kandahar hijacking, involved in the indoctrination, recruitment for Jaish-e-Mohammed, all neutralized. And Gaurav, let's also talk about the fact that over 100 terrorists reportedly have been neutralized overall.
Now you understand why Pakistan is so upset. This is a strategic arm of Pakistan that's virtually been cut off. Pakistan was using both Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, one based at Muridke, the other based at Bahawalpur, one in the southern part of Punjab, the other in the heart of Punjab, to bleed India for decades, one from the 1990s and the other from early 2000. And they've been bleeding India continuously for decades. But for the first time ever, India struck terror at source, not just pruning the branches and leaves of the terror tree like we were lamenting for decades, but striking at the roots of terror, and how that's expanded at going after those who are actually nurturing this terror tree, the Pakistan army. The fact that 4 critical air bases of the Pakistan Air Force have now been neutralized. The focus also remains on major radar centers of Pakistan that have been destroyed in the past 24 hours, is a major indication that this is a massive operation undertaken by India to root out terror at source. Akshita.
On our screens right now is of the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist Abu Jundal, who got that hero's farewell in Pakistan. Unsurprising, really, that this is how Pakistan treats their terrorists. They're heroes for them. They're martyrs for them, which is why when we've struck in phase 1 of Operation Sindoor at terror hubs, you'd think we're doing Pakistan a favor by getting rid and eliminating these terrorists. And instead, you had Pakistan resorting to strikes, provocations, attempting to target civilians and whatnot. And that's the reality of the country that we're dealing with, that terrorists are heroes for Pakistan, which is why Abu Jundal, a wanted Lashkar terrorist, his credentials supersede him, Gaurav. He is someone who's been involved in the plotting of terror attacks, involved in the expansion of Lashkar-e-Taiba, indoctrinating youth and whatnot.
At the Markaz, subhanallah, whether it's the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist or the one in charge of Markaz at Muridke, it just goes on to show that these are terrorists who enjoyed state patronage. As you're very rightly pointing out, Akshita, imagine a 3-star general of the Pakistan Army is present at the funeral. A wreath is laid on behalf of a 4-star general of the Pakistan Army and on behalf of the Chief Minister of Pakistan's Punjab province. So this is just an eye-opener for those who say India must strengthen democracy in Pakistan, because one is as bad, if not worse, than the other. And imagine the plight of the people of a country where the army is willing to go to war with a neighbor for targeting terrorists. Terrorists have been killed and they want to wage war against India, but they have been waging a war against India. You know, if you look at Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, who spoke of waging a 1,000-year war against India, well, these people are doing just that. And when their strategic assets are destroyed, they wage war to avenge the killing of these terrorists.
Very, very true. Gaurav, there have also been multiple reports that suggested that in phase 1 of Operation Sindoor, you also had Masood Azhar's brother, Rauf Asghar, reportedly being neutralized, the man who masterminded, carried out the IC-814 Kandahar hijacking. Any confirmation on that, Gaurav, from your sources?
Well, we've got a list of terrorists who were involved in these major terror attacks against India. And this has come from top sources after due verification, because this will actually now form part of investigations and evidence against Pakistan's state complicity in terror against India. So when Pakistan says that India gave no proof, India has continuously been given proof to Pakistan, proof that Pakistan did not act on. When India acted on the basis of credible intelligence of presence of terrorists in an area and neutralized that place, Pakistan, instead of perhaps any sane country, any civilized country, would have thanked India for taking out those terrorists. Pakistan instead launched a series of drone strikes on India, 36 different locations from Leh to Sir Creek, from Ladakh to Gujarat. And now it fired a high-speed missile. There have been consequences for Pakistan. There have been severe consequences for Pakistan, where 4 frontline forward air bases of Pakistan have been taken down. And this perhaps for the first time, Akshita, such massive costs have been imposed on Pakistan like never before for being a radical Islamist state sponsor of terror. This is something that India wanted for decades, Impose costs on Pakistan military jihad infrastructure, make it expensive for them to use terror as an instrument of foreign policy, of state policy. Now costs are being imposed on Pakistan when they are losing bases that they've had, some as part of pre-independence India, bases that they've had since 1942 now lie shattered, and perhaps their air defense vis-a-vis India in tatters. In any sane country, there would be an investigation. How could their entire air defense system collapse in the manner in which it did? And perhaps only for the protection of terrorists of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Very true. Gaurav, as we get these names now, we spoke of Abu Jundal, Lashkar-e-Taiba, where a serving Lieutenant General of the Pakistan Army, the IG of the Punjab Police, Pakistan, attended the prayer ceremony. And then you have another terrorist, Khalid Abu Akasha, part of Lashkar-e-Taiba, again, whose funeral was held in Faisalabad, and you saw senior Pakistani army officials attending that funeral. The Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad attending the funeral. This is a joke. You've got officials, senior army officials of the Pakistan Army attending funerals now. The other names that stand out for me is, of course, Abu Jundal was running the Markaz Taiba in Muridke, so he's been neutralized. Now, similarly, as far as the Jaish-e-Mohammed is concerned, you also have Hafiz Mohammed Jalil, who is in charge of Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur, also being neutralized. These Markazes, Gaurav, whether in Muridke, whether in Bahawalpur, served essentially as a headquarters for terror activities. We've got confessions even from the likes of Ajmal Kasab, a statement from David Headley that confirmed that Muridke is exactly where they got their training, where they met Hafiz Saeed.
You've hit the nail on its head. Absolutely. There's a mountain of evidence. There's a mountain of evidence that would convince anyone, except, of course, Pakistan, which continues to aid and abet, sponsor terror, fund terror. And that's the reason you saw, as you very rightly pointed out, Akshita, generals being present at funerals, army shouldering the coffins of terrorists. You know, the question that you posed about IC-814 hijack, it is Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, alias Ustadji, alias Muhammad Salim, alias Ghosi Sahab of Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, who is not just a weapons handler and a trainer for Jaish-e-Mohammed, but was involved in multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir and wanted in India for the IC-814 hijack. Imagine, IC-814 was hijacked in 1999 December, hijacked from Kathmandu, en route India, and taken first to Dubai, then to Kandahar, when that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, was released, and then started a new chapter in radical Islamist terror that bled India for the next 25 years. And that chapter finally, that book, that chapter ends with that bombing of Markaz Subhanallah at Bahawalpur and that Markaz at Muridke of Lashkar-e-Taiba. It just goes on to show It's a very long war on terror where you require not just military capabilities, which incidentally we've always had, but political will to hit terror at source. And today Pakistan is crying and bleeding. Then these are very strong decisions taken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his team to hit terror at source and to kill and destroy the roots of terror in Pakistan.
Now that we have the names, Gaurav, and this is of course just a handful of names, let's be clear that actually the number of terrorists neutralized as because of Operation Sindoor is much higher. We have 5 names of the terror masterminds, terror bosses who've been neutralized right now. And looking at these names, scanning through them, Gaurav, you've of course tracked how Lashkar, Jaish-e-Mohammed have essentially spread their roots through Pakistan and used it to kind of carry out terror attacks in India. With these names emerging, do you think that the Indian forces, the government has successfully really hit the backbone of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, making it impossible for them to kind of go back to what they were before?
You know, striking terror at source actually means striking GHQ at Rawalpindi or Appara or the bases that India has just struck early this morning. There are 8 different locations that India has targeted. That is truly striking terror at source. And if I may, this will come at a cost. And yes, there are costs involved in the war on terror. But which country that is battling radical Islamist terror in the world has not shed blood or has had costs imposed on it? In the United Kingdom, people have died. In the United States of America, when 9/11 happened, America went and struck terror at source. It, of course, got waylaid and then started attacking Iraq and, you know, with that bogey of weapons of mass destruction. But then terror is at source. Of course, America hit next door to source. They went after Afghanistan instead of going after Pakistan, which is where all the terrorists are. Take, for example, the terrorist who was involved, Osama bin Laden, for 9/11. Where was he found? Abbottabad, Pakistan Military Academy, Kakul, barely 200 meters from there. So the source of terror across the world is actually Pakistan. Even the United States did not hit Pakistan in the manner in which Indian Air Force has done this morning. And of course, when it targeted those 9 places across Pakistan's Punjab province and also in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. But Akshita, if you notice the manner in which the government has gone after terrorists at source in Pakistan's Punjab province, remember, not targeting Baluchistan, not targeting Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, not targeting Sindh province, because they too are victims of Pakistan army terror and these terrorists of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and many others that operate out of Pakistan's Punjab province. Now, it may take some time for the world to realize that this is a very systematic offensive to just completely destroy that military jihad network, not just degrade it, but to decimate it.
That's right. And what we're seeing now is that the decisive strikes by India, phase 1 of Operation Sindoor, of targeting these terror hubs, it's essentially delivered what India wanted, that you've got some of the biggest terror recruiters who run and call the shots for the Lashkar-e-Taiba, for the Jaish-e-Mohammed, being neutralized right now. In the Jaish-e-Mohammed, that we've spoken really of the 2 names that have emerged from the Lashkar-e-Taiba, but Gaurav, just focusing now on the Jaish-e-Mohammed. 10 relatives, we're being told, of Masood Azhar have all been neutralized. In the list that we have also of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists who've been eliminated, they're all related to Masood Azhar. Okay, we've lost that connection with Gaurav, but 5 names that we can confirm here on India Today who've been eliminated, neutralized in Operation Sindoor. When we targeted those terror hubs in Muridke, in Bahawalpur and several other locations as well. But these 2 locations extremely significant. Muridke, the LET headquarters. Bahawalpur, the JEM headquarters. It's here that recruitment takes place. It's here that terror training takes place. It's here that your biggest bosses who call the shots, who plan these terror attacks are actually based. And so with these precision strikes based on specific intel that these men were actually seated there, these precision strikes were conducted. And so in a sense, mission accomplished for our forces, because the names that are emerging right now, some sources suggest that overall 100 terrorists have been neutralized at this point. The government is saying we're still kind of processing the information on the number of terrorists who've been eliminated. But the 5 names that have emerged, and these are names we have accessed here on India Today, I'll again read it out for you. These are confirmed by the government as casualties, as terrorists who've been killed in these strikes by India. The first name that's emerged is Abu Jundal, also known as Mudassir. He is in the Lashkar-e-Taiba, was in charge of the Markaz Taiba in Muridke. If you remember, it was the Markaz Taiba that was the biggest target of our precision strikes. Now, this man received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistan army. I don't need to remind you, I'm talking about a terrorist here. And he got a guard of honor by the Pakistan army. It didn't stop there. A serving Lieutenant General of the Pakistan army also attended the prayer ceremony. This is how Pakistan hails their terrorists, treating them as heroes, as if they're part of an army, part of the military. Makes sense though, because we've seen how the Pakistan army uses these terrorists also, not just for their propaganda, but also during times of conflict. Okay, let's get you the pictures that are coming in right now. The Prime Minister is chairing a high-level meeting. First pictures of that meeting, we'll put that out on our screens. The Prime Minister seated there with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. CDS is present, General Anil Chauhan. You have the 3 service chiefs, the NSA, Ajit Doval also present. A round-table conference, if you will, where you see all of your biggest security officials coming together. Similar images had come in yesterday, last evening, of a 60-minute meeting between Prime Minister Modi, the Defence Minister, the NSA, the 3 service chiefs and the CDS. Today now, a similar huddle that's taken place, and everyone will be focusing on one aspect of these particular images, the body language that they will be looking into of the 3 service chiefs and of the minister and of the Prime Minister. Very similar to yesterday, where it seems to be getting right down to business, talking about what's happening as far as the conflict goes between India and Pakistan. The last time around we saw this meeting last evening, it was followed by the counter-strikes by India, where we've hit Pakistan where it hurts the most. We've hit Pakistan at their air bases and at their military bases, and ensured that each of these locations we've chosen strategically picked out because of the fact that these locations have Pakistani military assets in them. So we've ensured that we've really dented Pakistan's arsenal there. And now, after this meeting, the big question will be, what exactly will be the next step India takes? It's of course based a great deal on what really Pakistan does next. But what will phase 4 of Operation Sindoor actually look like? That's perhaps what's being discussed in this particular huddle that's taken place at the Prime Minister's residence. Let's bring in Aishwarya Paliwal for more details on this. Aishwarya, first images on our screens of the meeting that the Prime Minister has chaired. There will, of course, be a detailed debrief, no doubt about that. But everyone will be talking about what really India's response is going to be if Pakistan escalates further.
Well, definitely, you know, what Pakistan will do next, India's response will depend on it. Akshita, see, we do not fire first, and this has been India's policy. We don't have the first attempt, the first attack policy, which means that what we are doing is only in response to what Pakistan has done, and this is what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah and the top leaders have been speaking about. Even on global platforms, this is what we have been reiterating. And what you are seeing now, the visuals that you were speaking about, this is a meeting that is now taking place, will get over in the next couple of minutes now. We will see the 3 chiefs coming out, the CDS also, Defence Minister also. What needs to be done next? The assessment of what has happened so far. What is the damage that India has done with regards to the 9 targets that were hit? They were precision targets, Akshita. India was very, very clear with regards to what it wants to achieve. And with regards to that, we are now seeing these spate of meetings taking place. India has always maintained that they will not strike first. Whatever they are doing is only in retaliation with what Pakistan is doing. We have been defensive, and after this meeting, we will see the next stage of Operation Sindoor being operational after this meeting with Prime Minister Modi.
But Aishwarya, also, it's important to highlight here that while the Prime Minister has been tracking real-time the situation, as has the Defence Minister, the Prime Minister's message to our forces is very clear. free hand to retaliate in the manner they choose, how, when, where, full freedom to our forces.
Well, definitely, you can choose what, which targets to hit, when do you want to hit. The extent of the damage is also something that the defense forces at the moment are looking at. And see, if you remember the first press conference, the message that we got from the government was that no casualties were being reported, only those areas where the targeting, where the terrorists were actually hiding, those were the areas which now were being looked at. The precision, that's the reason why the government now can stand tall, and that's what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also been saying, that our targets were very clear. Those were the places where the training of the terrorists was taking place. Those terrorists were in turn coming in India and killing innocent people. And we have also seen how the government in fact has a full dossier of the number of civilians, innocent people who have died because of the terrorist attack. All those attacks which can be traced back to Pakistan, the training camps can be traced back to Pakistan. A very clear signal coming in from the government on that. Akshita.
Okay, Aishwarya getting us those details. And as we put out those pictures, the first images of the meeting at the Prime Minister's residence, you can see the Prime Minister there with the NSA Ajit Doval, the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, the Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Air Force Chief, all present there for this briefing. And large parts of the video, you see the Prime Minister speaking to them. There is, of course, going to be a lot of speculation of what the Prime Minister's message is to them. But looking at how India has hit back, and Aishwarya, I'll bring you back in on this, looking at how India has hit back at Pakistan, the government's messaging to the forces seems to be that if Pakistan chooses to provoke in any manner, doesn't matter if we repel, if we thwart their attacks, but if they choose to send drones our way, missiles our way, we'll hit back in the same language, the same coin.
And we should, Akshita, because India, and not just India, every nation has the right to defend itself. If you remember what Mossad did when those athletes were killed in Munich in the Olympics, it took them 20 years, but they found out each and everyone who was responsible for that. If you look at the United States of America, all the nations in the world, they have the right to defend themselves. And that is what India at the moment is doing. On the 22nd of April, those people were innocent people, Akshita, who were out there in Baisaran Valley. They were not people who had harmed Pakistan in any which way, but they lost their lives. So very specifically, they were being asked what religion they were from. So with regards to that, what we are seeing is a swift retaliation coming in from India. And this is what the government has maintained from day one, that we are only responding the manner in which Pakistan has been dealing with us. And that's the reason why we are also seeing the tensions escalate. The drones are coming in not from Indian side, but from the Pakistani side, and we are now intercepting them. We are defending our nation. That's the clear message coming in from the government. And the meeting that we are seeing, the next course of action is being decided in that meeting, what India has done so far and what India needs to do now. How do we need to defend our nation? All those strategies are now being chalked out at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence.
Yeah, also, as we're looking at these images, let's try and examine the kind of images that you've also accessed. For example, this video, yesterday's video as well. The men in the fatigue, the uniform speaking for itself in the past 2 days, the Indian Air Force, the Army, and of course the Navy. Then comes in the senior most officials. What does, if I may take the liberty to understand the body language here? Remember, these are men with clearly right now sleepless nights, tracking operations in real time. But you can see a certain confidence, strategizing, assuring not only the public that we have the strategy in place, but these men on your screen, these men are the decision makers right now to be able to tell Pakistan, we tried to extend a hand of friendship all these decades. We tried to ensure olive branches sent out, and in turn, you only pushed us through terror attacks. Aishwarya, stay on with me. Big news coming in. This, remember, is in the backdrop of the first strike that India indulged in response to the Pahalgam massacre. The 9 targets in 25 minutes. And among those, I can tell you, as the confirmation coming in from our sources, remember, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba operational hubs were hit in Murid-Ke, also in Bahawalpur. And we have the names now that have come in of the names. In Jaish-e-Mohammed, it's very pertinent this time that according to our sources, with the confirmation coming in, that Masood Azhar's family members are not simply family members. They have been top operatives. One of them led the IC-814 hijacking in 1999 that led to the release of Masood Azhar, Omar Sheikh, Masood Ahmad Zargari as well. Omar Sheikh eventually, remember, led the journalist, American Jewish journalist Daniel Pearl to captivity, eventually leading to his murder, and that happened in Pakistan. The visuals that you're looking at, the list that we have accessed, and I want to tell you the names that are coming in. Abu Jundal, Lashkar-e-Taiba's, Jaish-e-Mohammed chief's kin as well in this. Hafiz Jamil's name is coming up. Jaish-e-Mohammed chief's brother-in-law, also according to our sources, has been neutralized in Bahawalpur. So two important sites that Pakistan did not expect could be hit. Bahawalpur for Jaish-e-Mohammed, that Indian government's dossier calls an operational hub, the operational headquarters of Jaish. Jaish, remember, had an imprint of almost all terror attacks when it came to India, whether it was the Pulwama terror attack, starting with the release of Masood Azhar in 1999. To protect our 179 passengers, 11 crew members, India then decided to release these three terrorists, Masood Azhar, Omar Sheikh and Ahmad Zargari. In turn, then Masood Azhar started to carry out and launch suicide missions, terror attacks, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, but also across India. This is a Mega India Today exclusive. We are told that in the airstrikes that took place right after the Pahalgam massacre, as the strategy, as the first strike, the phase one, so to say, when Operation Sindoor that we are talking about. Kamaljeet Sandhu joins me for the latest on that. Kamaljeet, clearly the Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba were the big targets. Tell us about the name. Abu Jundal's name is coming up. Also, Jaish-e-Mohammed's chief's brother-in-law's name also coming in on this. Hafiz Jamil's name is coming. Take us through the details of these names.
Hafiz Mohammed Jamil, who's the elder brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, who's also the UN proscribed terrorist. He's been involved in several of the terror activities, actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth. So a key element there also is Mohammed Yusuf Azhar. And remember, this is the other brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. And why is he important is because he's wanted in the IC-814 hijack case. So this is where it's a shot in the arm as far as the security grid is concerned. Remember, neutralizing. And then we're talking about Mudassir Khadian Khas, who's also called Abu Jundal, Lashkar-e-Taiba commander. He's received a guard of honor by the Pakistani army. The wreaths were laid also on behalf of the Pakistani army chief, which actually goes to show the sort of involvement and the backing. And India has always been reiterating, be it Pakistan ISI or the Pakistani army, they continue to support terror organizations like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. So these terror organizations not only operate but continue to have safe haven there. And remember, as far as serving Lieutenant General of the Pakistani Army and IG of Punjab Police has also attended the prayer ceremony. And thereafter, what we know is there is Khalid, which is alias Abu Akasa, also Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists engaged in weapon smuggling from Afghanistan, a key player in activities, especially in Jammu and Kashmir. Again, the other name we are getting is Mohammed Hassan Khan, again affiliated to Jaish-e-Mohammed, son of Mufti Asghar Khan. So these are key players who played a major part in terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, and they have been effectively neutralized. And remember, this could be part of the 100 such terrorists who have been neutralized in Operation Sindoor. But meanwhile, it's not all over, because remember, what we've seen is the sort of retaliation which India has struck Pakistan with, and thereafter what we know is the BSF has...
Kamaljeet, I'll come back to you in just a short while. Stay on with me. Stay on with me. Some of the names that have come forth. Mudassir Khadian Khas, alias Mudassir, alias Abu Jundal, affiliation with Lashkar-e-Taiba. He was in charge of the Markaz Taiba Muridke that was then targeted in a precision airstrike from India. Just to let you know, he had received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistan military. So that image that has now gone viral of Pakistan senior military officers with the terrorist carrying out those funeral rites, it was the man on your screen. His name is, of course, multiple names that they are known to. Look at that image. Pakistan Army at the honor with regard to Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists and operatives as well. The names that are coming forth on your screen, and we'll go across one by one. So it appears that the top name when it comes to Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and remember when we talk about family members that Masood Azhar was crying about, it's simply not about family members. Most of them have been top operatives of the terror outfit, so to say a banned outfit, which Pakistan accepted was banned. Eventually, we all know that fully operational, fully supported by the Pakistan military. Now, Bahawalpur was one location that was targeted. Muridke was the location with regard to Lashkar-e-Taiba. So I've told you already about Abu Jundal, Lashkar-e-Taiba in charge of Markaz Taiba and Muridke. Then wreaths were laid on behalf of the Pakistan Army Chief and Pakistan Chief Minister as well. Funeral prayer held in a government school led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, a designated global terrorist. Again, a serving Lieutenant General of Pakistan military and the IG of Punjab Police attended the prayer ceremony. Hafiz Mohammed Jamil, Jaish-e-Mohammed, this is with regard to Bahawalpur, eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. In charge of Markaz Subhanallah, Bahawalpur, you must have heard this name in the past 3 to 4 days now, especially ever since that strike that took place. So there are several names, as and when the clarity and confirmation coming in, we are bringing to you. Kamaljeet, if you can hear me, because one of the big names that has come in with regard to whether it is Bahawalpur or Lashkar-e-Taiba with regard to Muridke, I'm looking at two specific names. One is Abu Jundal, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and then I'm looking at also Jaish-e-Mohammed. Jaish-e-Mohammed specifically with the Hafiz Mohammed Jamil, because not only the brother-in-law of Masood Azhar, a radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for Jaish-e-Mohammed was his job, but also Muhammad Salim, Ghosi Sahib, again Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law again of Maulana Masood Azhar, involved allegedly in multiple terror attacks in Jammu Kashmir. One of the names with the IC-814 hijacking case that has come in of Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. So Yusuf Azhar, alias Ustadji, alias Muhammad Salim, alias Ghosi Sahib. Yusuf Azhar, do you think, Kamaljeet, from what the details coming in right now, could hold a key significance, especially because his name had come of leading the IC-814 hijack?
Well, these are top 5 terrorists which we have named. This is what we've accessed as per the dossier. But remember, these are key players in Jammu and Kashmir as far as this low-intensity conflict, because remember, non-state actors, and that is why Bahawalpur, what we're talking about, Muridke, these have been centers for indoctrinating radical youth and sending them across, especially from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir towards India. And this is where terror activities have been increased. And so that is why what is important is the sort of activities we've seen from the establishment, Pakistan Army Chief sending wreath laying. This is for a terrorist. And this is where what we also know is, for instance, Abu Jundal that you were mentioning of, in charge of Markaz Taiba in Muridke. So all these are people who've not only held command posts as far as terror organizations are concerned, they are actively involved in planning and plotting against India, specifically in Jammu and Kashmir. And that is why we've seen massive terror attacks take place. Now, post-2019, where India has made a lot of improvements as far as infrastructure is concerned, number of tourists are concerned. Remember, this is what is not really well liked as far as Pakistan is concerned, and that is why they continue to have those kind of attacks. And tactically, they have shifted sometimes from Punch Rajouri, where I am currently in, or for that matter, in other locations in South Kashmir. So this is a tactical shift which keeps taking place, but this is well in coordination with the Army Chief as well as the Pakistan ISI, who continue to provide safe haven as far as these terror organizations are concerned, and that is why India had to strike them down. Remember, the provocation came in Uri, then thereafter, that's in 2016, then Pulwama happened in 2019, and then in 2025, it is Pahalgam terror attack. So time again, Pakistan has launched terror strikes through non-state actors, and this is a time that Pakistan is being paid back, and that is why all these strikes are taking place. But instead of acting on them, Pakistan has tried to strike India. And remember, this seems not just a war of words anymore. This is actual war on warlike situation, and that is why What we've seen is provocation is not limited to Jammu and Kashmir. They've opened fire. We've seen drone sightings in Punjab. We've seen the missiles being dropped in various locations, also in neighboring Haryana.
All this effort by Pakistan, all these resources, not for self-defense, but for defense of terrorists. Please stay on with me. I have in my hand, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the dossier by the government. It has all the details. Now, I just want to quickly read out from this. This is basically to help you understand the government had the coordinates, not just of Markaz-e-Subhanallah in Bahawalpur, the Jaish-e-Mohammed operational center, operational headquarter, as the government has called in, but this is where, and this is days before this name has come in. So this was always in the details. They knew who is residing in this premises. So to say, family members. But viewer, you must know, when Jaish-e-Mohammed was conducting regular arms, physical and religious training, senior functionaries such as Mufti Abdul Rauf Asgar, other brother-in-laws of Masood Azhar, Yusuf Azhar, Ustad Gauri, the name we mentioned to you right now on your screen, head of Jaish-e-Mohammed's armed wing, reside in this premises. So in more than over 100 acres of this massive premises, the name that we are telling you about of Yusuf Azhar, alias Ustad Gauri, and other names as well, involved allegedly in the IC-814 hijack is reflective of the chain trail that we are telling you about. And I want to now take you through the names. This is important, remember, because like I have been saying since morning, this isn't about only Pahalgam massacre. This is about repeated terror attacks that India has had to face all these years. From 1999, to protect our Indian citizens who were in a hijack hostage situation for 179 passengers, 11 crew members of the IC-814, India had to release 3 dreaded terrorists. Jaish-e-Mohammed founder Masood Azhar, Omar Sheikh, and Ahmad Zargari as well. That was led by Yusuf Azhar. Well, let me now take you through. You're looking at Mudassar Khadian Khas, alias Mudassar, alias Abu Jundal. Abu Jundal was a more prominent name known to the agencies. Lashkar-e-Taiba was the organization he was associated with. He was, according to the agencies, in charge of the Markaz-e-Taiba in Muridke that was hit. Received a guard of honor at his funeral, no less by the Pakistan Army. Wreaths were laid on behalf of the Pakistan Army Chief and Punjab Chief Minister Maryam Nawaz to this terrorist funeral. Held in a government school led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf of JUD, which is again a designated global terrorist. Now, a serving Lieutenant General, you must know, of the Pakistan military, IG of the Punjab Police, had to also attend the prayer ceremony. This was supposed to be a banned organization, but you can see the protection, the security that came in from the Pakistan military and the force. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, you're looking at, remember, so Jundal done, Jamil, affiliation Jaish-e-Mohammed. I take you now to Bahawalpur, important name. Eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, the founder of Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was, according to the agencies, in charge of Markaz-e-Subhanallah Bahawalpur, residing in the premises, actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for the banned organization and remember, a terrorist organization acknowledged by the USA, India and other countries. Now, the third name is very important. According to the confirmation coming in, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, alias Ustad Ji, alias Muhammad Salim, alias Ghosi Sahib, Jaish-e-Mohammed. Those of you who must remember the IC-814, that was the name that had cropped up. Brother-in-law, again, of Masood Azhar, was in charge of handling weapon training for Jaish-e-Mohammed, involved in multiple terror attacks in J&K specifically, and was wanted. There was an Interpol notice as well against him. He was the one to have led the IC-814 hijacking, and then we know what happened when Masood Azhar was released, and thereon the attacks. Remember, this is not just India's fight against terror. This is a united fight for a better world, and that is the reason I hope more countries come to support India. Kamaljeet, when you look at these names, and I understand that more and more developments will come in as clarity and confirmations come in on this name, how are we looking at specifically with these 3 names? Do you think agencies, the Indian Armed Forces are looking at how this would be seen as a big success?
Well, absolutely. This is a shot in the arm as far as the security grid is concerned. But remember, it's not just about getting the top terrorists there. There are several, like the Rauf Asghar, who's been involved in multiple attacks. His name is obviously there. Whether we're talking about the 2611, we're talking about the other particular attacks happening in India. So yes, this is a list, and this is a huge setback as far as the terror organizations are concerned. And that is why what we see, the reaction from Pakistan Army is what we see now is usually a backing. Otherwise, if they wanted to act upon it, and this is what India has been reiterating time and again,
Correct.
these terrorists continue to have safe havens in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. They continue to pump in hatred against India, and obviously a propaganda, misinformation, especially regarding the situation here. And that is why they continue to mislead their own people, especially in regards to Jammu and Kashmir. So this is what the strategy really is. And even their own very people who've been staying near line of control and otherwise have been fed up with, because remember, there are donations which are taken from normal people for their activities, and not everybody seems to be in agreement with that. So all that is already been documented as such, but definitely as far as Pakistan's policy is there, it continues to actually harbor non-state actors, because this is a low-intensity conflict for them. The war is just once in a while, but a daily sort of a routine where they continue to pump in and bleed India by 1,000 cuts seem to be a larger strategy, and that is why use of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and now once they have been banned and UN has taken notice, these are proscribed terrorists. So in that particular sense, what they have done is they have renamed. So that is why we have the resistance front.
Correct.
That's why there is PAF. So these are names, but they are linked to these terror organizations. So there is a lot of thinking behind these names, but definitely trying to evade not just the global scrutiny of it all, but definitely these men who we have named are the top 5 and have a big say. And that is why Maulana Masood Azhar's own reaction.
Kamalji, take us through the 5 names. Take us through the 5 names that you have confirmation on from your sources. We have discussed the 3. Tell us about the other 2 as well. Read it out.
Well, what we've done is we have named Mudassir Khadian Khas, who's Abu Jindal, important player. What we also discussed is 2 of Hafiz Mohammed Saeed's own brother-in-law, which is Hafiz Mohammed Jamil, as well as Mohammed Yusuf Azhar. As you mentioned, there is also man behind IC 814, wanted by India. Also is Khalid, who's Abu Qasa. He's a Lashkar-e-Taiba involved in multiple terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, engaged in getting weapons, smuggling them from Afghanistan. He's also engaged in not only funerals have been held in Faisalabad attended by senior army officer, and that is what it shows the status of this particular terrorist. This has also been part of those particular people who are part of the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. Again, Mohammed Hassan Khan, affiliated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, has been the operational commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and again played a key role as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. So these are people who have had terror tentacles right there, and obviously pushing in, as I say, radicalized youth right here, trying to indoctrinate them. And this has been going on for years and years. So this time, what has happened is that there has been a surgical strike. Perhaps they anticipated it would be coming, but what we know is that several of the terror launch pads were emptied right before the strike, because there was an anticipation, but going for the jugular, that's what they did not accept. And that is why it's Murid Ke, it's Bahawalpur, which was on line of fire, and that is why the kills that India has managed to get. But remember, Pakistan's reaction in terms of accepting the fate, it has rather been quite different, but on expected lines, I would say. It's also because, remember, their establishment has always...
It's been a complete denial, and it's understandable. They're not accepting the losses that India is showing now with evidence. But it's not for us to wait for Pakistan's acceptance. That is not going to come. But it's a realization that this time India is talking with evidence, not just information. Kamaljeet, please stay on with me. For the viewer tuning in right now, this is the big story. The big story of the identities being confirmed. Remember, that also takes some time, and that is the reason after the strikes that happened in phase 1 of Operation Sindoor, for which literally the operation was carried out. We are talking about women who were widowed, who were forced to watch in horror when men of their family were shot dead point blank range in front of them, and they were taunted and mocked to go tell the government what had happened. That was the audacity of the terrorists. Now that audacity came in from the fact because they believed India is not a country that could respond. Are they going to come and hit Bahawalpur and Muridke? Are they going to hit air bases in Pakistan? Well, guess what? A few days later, that's exactly what has happened. You're looking at these names on your screen. Kamaljeet, however, considering we know Pakistan, and it's not about acceptance or denial, but there could be another response that could come in. They have supported Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba all this while. Possibly in the next 24 hours, I think the Indian Armed Forces will, of course, be on a high alert, which they have been. But it will be perhaps something to watch out for. I'm sure that Pakistan will try to indulge again in some sort of an effort to target India like they have been doing in the past few hours.
Besides the military action that we're seeing on ground is also alert which is coming in through intelligence agencies. In the past 48 hours, we have broken this news that there's a Fidain alert, because remember the target was Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, and these are the ones who have actually been those who have been perpetrating attacks. So that is why what we know is that upset with the losses, especially 100 of the terrorists who have been killed, they are actually bound to launch an attack, and that is why there has been not just alert on the borders and LOC, and that is why I was coming to that point where Samba infiltration is taking place. They're trying to pump in as many people as possible. These are terrorists who want to kind of wreak havoc inside Jammu and Kashmir. And then what we know is that the terror radar is not just on the security establishment, it's also on the temples. We saw how a missile was dropped in Jammu near a temple. It's also on several of the river establishments because that seems to be on the terror radar. So this information has already come in, and that is why a massive high alert. And at this point of time, you know, it's not just blackouts, it's not just mock drills, it's also what security grid is doing internally. And even during tough times, what we see is the civil defense, the police out there, all manning particular streets. So this is where what is important is working in tandem and coordination. So there is a synergy on ground. Remember, the setback in India was because of Pahalgam, but not for long, because remember, the deaths have been avenged, but now it's time that India and Pakistan are on escalatory ladder. Now that needs to be seen as to where that really goes and whether that actually comes down from this particular reaction.
As Kamaljeet has been responding from the border, and I want to say, of course, if you're a resident of the border areas, follow all protocols, because remember, there have been targets hit in Jammu city as well, which is not at the border at all. So they are definitely trying to hit civilians. But Kamaljeet, like you and I know, especially people in these border areas, whether it's Uri, it's Poonch, it's Rajouri, they're extremely brave. They've seen this shelling, whether of mortars or artillery firing, for so many years. And each time I've gone to report expecting there would be fear or panic, they are incredibly brave, standing with the armed forces, standing with the nation. And I think that is what is real patriotism. They're at the border, and I think they are the ones. Kamaljeet, would you agree to that? They've seen the work and handiwork of these terrorists for way too long, and they also want lessons to be taught to Pakistan once and for all.
Well, even as several people are fleeing, remember there are a lot of other people who continue to stay back because they have actually seen the worst of Pakistan. They've witnessed shelling, not just now, from 1971 onwards, and then thereafter, for a long gap, the shelling kept happening in the 1990s to early 2000, and then they came 2003, November ceasefire, and that is where there was a relief for quite a bit. But again, the shelling has started. But meanwhile, these are brave hearts, because not only are they handy as far as security grid is concerned, they are the ones who've been there. They're the ones who've taken the brunt as far as Pakistan shelling is concerned, and they're the ones. So even as we actually took part in that funeral of these civilians who've actually died in Poonch, what we could see was a strong resilience of these people, and that what really brings Indians together. And remember, a whole lot of India may be seeing it from very far away, but we're seeing this really up close.
Absolutely.
And what we know is it's not just that they are distraught because of the killings, but they're also standing very strong. There are also some of those who've been continuing to volunteer point, be it Uri, be it in Poonch, be it in Rajouri. So this is a population which supports Indian Army. And
Pakistan
this
is
where,
targeting
India also gets its strength. It's not just from the people in the
Shambhu
hinterlands,
temple in
but also
Jammu,
people at the
or the
line of control.
Gurdwara in Poonch, or a mosque wall that had shattered as well, or a convent school that led to the loss of life of children in Poonch again. But Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians in these border areas, these Indians are standing together and united, and they want, in fact, strong action against Pakistan. That's the kind of unity and solidarity that has come in. They realize what Pakistan is truly about. At this juncture, as we look at these names, what happened in turn? Remember, these men have led terror attacks against innocent Indians. Even when the IC-814 hijack happened, remember, viewer, innocent passengers were shot dead if they tried to confront these terrorists. And therefore, despite all of that, Indian military has shown restraint. What do I mean by that? Pakistan military bases in a late-night strike have been attacked. It was not attacked simply, it was a retaliation, a response, because Pakistan missiles were fired toward Indian civilian infrastructure and, importantly, strategic targets. In Srinagar, Avantipura, they tried to attempt to hit at the Punjab air base. That's when India decided to respond. This started at about 1:40 a.m. Eventually, India managed to intercept and destroy all these missiles. But a total of 8 military bases in Pakistan have faced heavy damage. Huge craters can be seen, and we'll go one by one. Huge craters can be seen on the airstrip of the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in Pakistan, southern Punjab. Through the night, overnight visuals coming in. This is the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base, an important forward operating base facing Rajasthan. This means basically the runway or the areas leading to the airport have the air base have also been crippled. In fact, Pakistani military used to often use, with the VVIP officials, use this air base to sometime move to other locations. But Pakistan military installations and assets, including the airbase of Noor Khan, again, Noor Khan, very important, Rawalpindi, the seat of Pakistan Army headquarters, very close to, in fact, where this strike has happened. Murid in Chakwal and Rafiki airbase, again in Shorkot, witnessed, all on video here, massive explosions, the orange balls of 4 after Indian strikes. Meanwhile, India's border security force, again, evidence on camera, are destroying posts and assets of Pakistan Rangers, terrorist launch pads in Sialkot as well. This was at the international border, and which is very close to Aknoor in Jammu region. I can also tell you, India has shot down, and this is a big deal, this is a big effort, has shot down a Pakistani Fatah-1 missile. Now, this appeared to have been targeting a strategic asset of India, intercepted just in time by activated alert air defense systems, and of course not only saving our strategic targets but the civilian population. This happened in the western sector without revealing more than that. Pakistan Sialkot and Neelam Valley in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir also was struck with Indian arsenal, but at the terror hideouts or the military installations now. But remember, this is important. Pakistan has been targeting our innocent civilians along the line of control at the international border. And of course, while evacuations have taken place, Indian Army and BSF have been protecting the civilians. Air defense systems are intercepting the missiles. But there have been few incidents that have taken place. Let me now take you to Peshawar. Gunfire was heard in the northwestern Pakistani city. Security officials said a local airbase had activated the defense system to take down a drone. Explosions were seen in Islamabad, Lahore. Lahore was the city when on the day 1 of the strike, remember the HQ-9 defense system that received heavy damage. The Chinese-made Pakistan assembled, sold to Pakistan at a massive level, but couldn't really intercept when it was required when the Indian strikes were taking place. India, meanwhile, and I have to say that with some pride and possibly relief as well, superior air defense systems, S-400, Akash surface-to-air missiles, L-70, Zu-23, Shilka as well, to neutralize Pakistani drones. And then, of course, remember other assets that Pakistan military tried to attempt to carry out precision strikes. India ensuring its civilians, its military assets are safe at a time when we have decided to teach a lesson to Pakistan. For way too long, it has got away organizing terror attacks against our people.
गिरा भी यहाँ पे आके वो आगे वो देखें आग लगी हुई ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी फेज 6 में ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी यहाँ पे आके वो आगे वो देखें आग लगी हुई ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी फेज 6 में ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी यहाँ पे आके, वो आगे करके, वो आगे, वो देखें आग लगी हुई। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी फेज 6 में। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी यहाँ पे आके, वो आगे करके, वो आगे, वो देखें आग लगी हुई। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी यहाँ पे आके, वो आगे करके, वो आगे, वो देखें आग लगी हुई। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी फेज 6 में। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी यहाँ पे आके, वो आगे करके, वो आगे, वो देखें आग लगी हुई। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी फेज 6 में। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी यहाँ पे आके, वो आगे करके, वो आगे, वो देखें आग लगी हुई। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी फेज 6 में। ये ड्रोन गिरा है अभी यहाँ पे आके, वो आगे करके, वो आगे, वो देखें आग लगी हुई।
In case you're tuning in right now, wondering what happened in the past few hours, it was a dramatic overnight attempt by Pakistan to target not just our military targets or our strategic assets. They, according to the press briefing that happened by the MOD and MEA, tried to target our medical care centers, our schools as well, especially in Srinagar and Avantipura. All of that was ensured, intercepted and destroyed in time. My colleague Shivani Sharma has been reporting from different areas of Jammu Kashmir, especially from border areas in the Kashmir Valley. Shivani, as I look at these visuals, and because you closely track the defense sector, it's important to remind the viewer, India never wanted to indulge in any of these strikes. We have attempted de-escalation, we have attempted a hand of friendship to Pakistan, but today we had to use our defense systems to protect ourselves, but also use our arsenal to tell Pakistan we will hit, because now perhaps enough is enough.
Pooja, India has a superb air defense system possessed by the Indian Armed Forces, and that's what we are seeing, that these kamikaze drones that are coming from Pakistan and multiple other swarm drones that are coming from Pakistan, especially in the civilian areas, the areas of religious importance in India, they all are being neutralized within seconds of their entering the Indian airspace. And the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, they all are making sure that these debris fall away from the civilization, from the cities, because to avoid any kind of danger. And Pakistan has been using their civilians, the international flights, as their shield. That they did not close their airspace. That's what the officials confirmed to us. They have been inflicted upon heavy damages, Pooja. 8 different air bases and their runways have been damaged totally by our drones and missile systems. So Pakistan has been attempting this misadventure, but India is intact and the forces are on high alert, preparedness on all fronts. So this is not only about the drones coming India's way, but also the LOC where we've been reporting from, Pooja, where the shelling goes on in Uri, Poonch, Handwada area, Rajouri area. All those places, Pakistan has been targeting innocent civilians, and Indian Army has been showing restraint. But now Indian Army has started inflicting heavy damages towards Pakistan, not only the Pakistan Army posts, the properties there. And in today's strike also, Pooja, there have been pictures, videos of how craters have emerged in the important air bases across Pakistan. Their air defense has been neutralized. They do not have a shield. So a multiple front operation goes on where the Indian forces are striking Pakistan hard. Everywhere it's trying to enter and target the civilians in the country.
Shivani, thank you for constantly getting us ground reports. I request you to stay on with me if possible, because I want to bring to the viewer about these targeted strikes. It's incredible how Indian armed forces managed to defend our civilians and, of course, the strategic targets, but hit back at the same time. This must have happened, remember, in barely few minutes of decision. 1:40 a.m. when the first missile from Pakistan was fired at India. What are the latest images coming in? Let's begin. India hit in response key military installations of Pakistan along the line of control. That's our visual evidence on your screen. It's been released by the government. Indian missiles hitting Pakistan's military installations across LOC. Not just drone or satellite images. Look at that. The Rahim Yar Air Base in Pakistan's South Punjab. Damage caused by the Indian missile strike at the Rahim Yar Khan, very important strategic air base, because this was usually the air base that was used for Pakistan military VVIP officials to be able to take off to other locations for now. Many parts of it, heavy damage, crippled largely. News coming in from Sialkot, Punjab, Pakistan. Terrorist launch pads in Luni have faced massive destruction, is what we are told. Pakistan initiating unprovoked firing on BSF posts in the Jammu sector. That is when the Border Security Force personnel responded, inflicting heavy damage on Pakistan Rangers posts and assets. India blows up Pakistan post that was used to launch armed drones. A projectile hit the Pakistan post, reduced it to debris, different locations that are surfacing from different parts of Pakistan. So in total, after the press briefing, I can confirm to you, 8 air bases in Pakistan, but this was the most important. This was incredible work. Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, all on camera, multiple explosions. Noor Khan Air Base, viewer, is basically where it's a critical hub for the Pakistan Air Force. It is located very, very close to the headquarters of the Pakistan Army and strategic air base. This is where the refuelers are located, IL-78 and more. So what are we looking at when we look at the details? Remember, India always had the coordinates of these locations, but never really thought that it'll have to be used. But Pakistan has provoked India at so many levels, consistently, terror attack after terror attack, that the response came in. So let me take you through some of their air bases that you must know about. It's been on Indian agencies' radar, but to help you understand. Chaklala, Minhas, Kamra, Peshawar, Kohat, Quetta, Miawali, Sargoda, Chander, Lahore. Lahore was where the defense system, HQ9 was, and of course where the explosions also yesterday were seen. Samangli, Multan, Shehbaz, Rafiki Air Base again, that was one of the 8 air bases targeted. Farid, Bahawalpur, which is more of a Jaish-e-Mohammed terror operational hub, but also protected by the Pakistan military. Nawab Shah, Hyderabad, Faisal, Karachi, again very important with regard to the ports. Masroor and Mirpur Khas. So parts of Pakistan occupied Jammu Kashmir also are part of it that are on the radar where primarily the terror hubs had been. But I want to tell you importantly about, among all of them, the Noor Khan Air Base, because that is in Rawalpindi. That serves as a major base. Look at that. For the Pakistan Air Force. It serves as military headquarters, very close to the Pakistan military. And when I say that, I basically mean the seat of power for Pakistan. Eventually, it's the military that rules the roost there. The seat for General Asim Munir presently. Located near Islamabad, strategically extremely important. Pakistan never could have expected that this would be hit. Houses the PAF College. It trains, so to say, future leaders for their military. But there's a crucial MRO facility. This is where, in this air base, the Lockheed C-130 aircraft is housed. Other aircrafts as well, very important, that are housed in this specific air base. That was hit for the reason, and I'll tell you, we've been speaking to experts. We had our colleague Sandeep Unithan with me just a short while ago, and they explained one of the reasons that these air bases have been targeted is not simply coincidence. The strategy was because these air bases possibly had the likelihood from where the missiles were launched yesterday at 1:40 a.m. to target India. This is, remember, as much as the government has been saying, India's Operation Sindoor continues. Second consecutive night, ladies and gentlemen, when we thought perhaps Pakistan has faced a deterrent, it's not going to go ahead, it again struck our civilians. It wanted to target our military installations, especially in Srinagar and Avantipura and the Punjab Air Base. I'm quoting from the press briefing of the Ministry of Defense and the External Affairs Ministry. And that is when Indian Armed Forces decided it's time to hit back. Prime Minister Modi, just a short while ago, chaired, as you can see on your screens, key review meeting. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was in the meeting, the CDS as well, General Chauhan, Tri-Services Chief, NSA Doval were present as well in this meeting. After Pakistan tried to attempt to cause damage to India, launching high-speed missiles, Fatah-1, for example, aimed at Punjab Air Base. India's alert and activated air defense systems destroyed Pakistan's high-speed missiles. In retaliation, India launched the precision strikes right away, within minutes, hitting Pakistan with ballistic missiles. Fighter jets also struck Pakistan military infrastructure. Now, Pakistan's HQ-16, You must have heard of HQ-9 on day one of the strike that was damaged. China sold, assembled in Pakistan. It's a defense system. Now, Pakistan's HQ-16 this time, the storage and bases have also faced heavy damage now by the Indian Armed Forces strike. India is highlighted. Pakistan also simultaneously, they're not going to accept about the losses they have faced. They have been consistently trying to peddle lies, spread misinformation and propaganda campaigns about Indian targets being struck by Pakistan forces. And that is why this time, India is not only putting out its own view with evidence, but they're also sharing images of, these are Indian air bases. This is in Sirsa. Because the attempt by Pakistan was to show how they have crippled Indian bases, whether it's of the army or the air base, and India showed proof. Our military bases are absolutely fine, intact. The work is going on. Pakistan trying to indulge and spread lies. So be very cautious when you come across any video on social media. Stay tuned to India Today because we are consistently putting out verified information and how. Let's move on. As the briefing that happened, what did Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri say in that very crucial 10:30 a.m. press briefing?
There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army.
नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई।
Remember, these are images also to put forth how Pakistan is consistently been lying, and that is why it's very crucial to not fall for their narrative right now. That's what Pakistan is known to do. They spend all their effort primarily to be indulging in that kind of information warfare, and that is why look at the communication strategy of India this time. Every time there's a press briefing, it is backed by evidence, whether it's visuals, every strike this time, whether it's Markaz-e-Subhan-e-Allah in Bahawalpur or Murid Ke or other terror targets, and then the phase 2 of Operation Sindoor, which was with regard to the military installations and more. Consistently, the effort has been to back it up, corroborate with evidence. All right, so let me now take you through some of the images that have come in. Take a look at that. Satellite images. India hits the Noor Khan Air Base. This is Rawalpindi. Look at in the details that you see on your screen. There's an aircraft engineering depot. There are refuelers. That is primarily what was at the Noor Khan Air Base. IL-78 refuelers there. Transport aircraft housed in the same airbase. It's the center for their artificial intelligence. National Aerospace Science and Technology Park. You are looking very closely on what we have access to help you understand. This is Noor Khan Base. This is Rawalpindi, the seat of power of Pakistan military. Let me take you to the Rafiki Air Base. Likely JF-17 from our understanding of the images that have come in. Likely a Squadron Mirage 3 as well housed here. Important locations and were being used to hit strategic and civilian infrastructure in India, intercepted in time. Then the Sukur Air Base. This is in Sindh in Pakistan. We can see a parked aircraft on your screen. You can see hangars as well. Aircraft shelters, prominent, that means aircrafts are housed in this base. Now this is close to our international border, about 100 kilometers from IB, from the Jammu region, so very crucial. So amid all of this, remember, what is it about Pakistan? How are they going to respond? It's a cowardly act, a constant escalation, trying to harm our innocent civilians. But I can tell you, border civilians, especially of Jammu region, Punjab, all of these areas, Rajasthan, Gujarat, extremely brave and stand with their nation and armed forces.
This is the soulless work of India's rogue neighbor, a terrorist state that doesn't care for its own civilians, targeting residential areas along India's borders. In Jammu, the famous Shambhu temple was struck by a Pakistani armed drone. Earlier too, Pakistan has targeted gurdwaras and convents as well, a clear attempt to create communal divide in India.
What you are seeing around me are the scenes of devastation and destruction. Right now, I am in Rehadi locality of Jammu city. This is not a border village or border town. This is the heart of Jammu city, and look at what has happened here. Early this morning at around 5:40 a.m. there was a loud explosion here. We spoke to the local MLA here a short while ago. He claimed that a mortar shell landed here in this residential locality. But see the extent of damage that has taken place. The first floor of this house has been completely damaged, and look at also at the vehicles around this house. Totally shattered, glass is scattered all around this place. There was chaos and panic in this locality early this morning at around 5:40 a.m. where we are being told that 3 people have been injured in this explosion.
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से हेवी आर्टिलरी शेलिंग, और खास तौर पे इस वक्त हम हैं रजौरी में, जहां पे आप देख सकते हैं कि गाड़ी किस तरह से इम्पैक्ट हुई है, और ये देखिए जो गोला है उसके जो छर्रे हैं वो इस तरफ गए हैं, और आपको बताइए कई मीटर दूर है वहां पे आर्टिलरी शेल गिरा है, और उसके बाद हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर हम बात करते हैं यहाँ के निवासियों से। आप ट्रक चला रहे थे जिस वक्त ब्लास्ट हुआ, क्या हुआ था?
जी बस धुआं और ब्लास्ट हो गया, गाड़ी देखो तो पकड़ हो गई और भाग गया, हम गाड़ी छोड़ के भाग। हम इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि इनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाए, जो कि ये हमारे पे जुल्म कर रहे हैं, आज 30 साल से जुल्म कर रहे हैं हमारे पे ये, तो इनको ये मुंह तोड़ एक बार जो इनका रात पर करके तो खत्म कर दीजिए। मैं
तड़के सुबह से पाकिस्तान की ओर से जो गोलीबारी हुई है वो सब जैसे घायल उन सबको तुरंत अस्पताल में लाया गया है। हालांकि इसमें 4 लोग ऐसे हैं जो बेहद गंभीर रूप से घायल हैं, जिन्हें तुरंत जम्मू रेफर कर दिया गया है, और इन घायलों में दरअसल एक संख्या बच्चे की भी है। अस्पतालों में दरअसल तमाम व्यवस्थाएं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की ओर से की गई थी, लेकिन जो कार्रवाई भारत की ओर से हुई है और उससे बौखलाए पाकिस्तान ने दरअसल इतनी हैवी आर्टिलरी फायर की है और सीधे सीधे निशाना बनाया है गाँव वालों को, स्थानीय लोगों को, और इन लोगों को यहाँ पर उनका इलाज किया जा रहा है नौशेरा के अस्पताल में।
It's not just Jammu and Kashmir. Civilians in border areas of Rajasthan, Gujarat and Punjab were targeted as well.
I'm at Wadala area of Amritsar, where at 5 o'clock in the morning a drone was shot down by the Indian Air Force. But what was recovered after the drone was shot down has surprised everyone. There were 2 cylinders, particular drone was carrying, and you can see also, my camera person Satya will show you the visuals. On the cylinder it is written that 5 kilograms of explosive, total weight of a cylinder is 10 kg. It means that total weight the drone was carrying is 20 kg, including both the cylinders and 10 kgs of explosives.
There was a multiple drone attack by the Pakistan on the Kutch. As per the official sources, 6 drones were grounded by the Indian Air Force, as well as there was one missile attack on near Abdasa. So everything was taken care by the Indian Air Force. There was no damage or the casualty reported yet. But these are the debris of the Pakistani drone which shot down in Adipur city of the Kutch, which is 300 kilometers away from the Pakistan border.
Pakistan drone debris has been recovered from open fields in Punjab. On the night of the 9th of May, an armed Pakistan drone hit a civilian home in Firozpur.
In a deplorable, cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure.
In spite of being at the receiving end, the villagers say they stand strong with the forces.
I think we are at ground zero right now. You are right now in the border area where shelling has been taking place from past many days. An important thing which I want to share with you, that is the people are totally not panic here.
There are sleepless nights for people, but still we are finding them quite brave and courageous.
Right, as you already told that there has been sleepless past few nights, but people are not so panicked because they do have a strong belief over the Indian army, and they are well aware that our Indian army is they don't lose, they don't have a single deficiency which can cause harm for we general masses. So we are proud of our Indian army, and we are proud of our central government, and we are proud of especially our esteemed PM, Shri Narendra.
So if I ask you, how's the Josh?
Josh is high, too high.
For a state that sponsors terrorism, nothing is too low. But a bold, resilient India has one message: we will hit back, and hard.
But remember, unlike any conflict or warlike situation we have seen in the past few years, it's as much about social media and information warfare that is also on. Several claims that are made without fact-checking on social media. Be very cautious. And India Today is here for you to help you understand that we will only put out these verified information you can clearly back on. There were claims, remember, by Pakistani officials that they had destroyed Indian military assets following the drone attack, accusing the Indian military of lying. But in the press briefing this morning, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri stating it's Pakistan peddling falsehood and India put forth evidence. Indian government assuring no damages occurred to any Indian military assets. In fact, as images that were put on with a timestamp to show our military bases are working just fine. Another video going viral on social media claiming Indian post blown up by Pakistan military. Video alleges post was destroyed after after the Operation Sindoor by India. The government immediately fact-checked the video, clarified it's unrelated. It actually dates back to November 2020. Old videos Pakistan is sharing to spread their propagandas. To hit the morale of the Indian armed forces, video going viral claiming an Indian soldier is crying amid India-Pakistan tensions, alleging soldiers are abandoning their post. You would know Indian soldiers don't do that. This claim immediately again fact-checked by the PIB, by the government. The video is actually not only old, it shows a student from a defense coaching institute celebrating, happy in tears, after they were selected to join the Indian Armed Forces. Remember, it's not just social media. International news outlets. Not surprised, but even Al Jazeera decides to report Pakistan's narrative. Pakistan is carrying out blasts at 10 locations near Srinagar airport. Can you believe this? An international reputed outfit doing that. Indian officials immediately dismissing this as fake news. Indian government has stated very clearly all attempted attacks by Pakistan were successfully thwarted and how by the Indian armed forces. Now look at the claim that was circulating that Indian government targeted the Nanak Sahib Gurdwara in Pakistan. That's what Pakistan has been doing, targeting our temples, gurdwaras, church and convents. It was Operation Sindoor against terror hideouts and then the military installations. Indian government repeatedly assuring none of these claims are true. India has only targeted the terror hubs in Pakistan. This video, ladies and gentlemen, confirmed as fake. Do not fall for any of these propagandist claims. Another claim on social media claiming that they allegedly captured an explosion near the Jaipur civilian airport. The claim immediately quashed by the Jaipur district collector, confirming no explosion has occurred in or around the Jaipur airport. Hello and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. If you're tuning in right now to India Today and want to understand what happened through the night, I have all the latest updates, detailed, verified information for you. Let's begin first with the headlines. And it's confirmed. 5 of India's most wanted Lashkar and Jaish terrorists neutralized in the Indian strikes. Jaish-e-Mohammed chief's brother-in-law killed in Bahawalpur. Lashkar's Abu Jandal, whose funeral was attempted by Pakistan's army officials. India demolishing 4 Pakistan air bases, 4 other radar and weapon facility in precision strikes. Explosions in Rawalpindi, Lahore, 6 other sites. Government confirms Pakistan launched high-speed missiles at 1:40 a.m. Immediately was neutralized, intercepted by the alert-activated air defense systems. Forces say Pakistan attempted to hit the Punjab airbase.
There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab.
India destroys Pakistan terror hub and drone launch pads. Caught on camera, India's precision strikes blow up with the Pakistan terror pads across the line of control. Pakistan hides information of assets and weapon losses. They are in denial with regard to the Indian strikes. India giving proof, in fact, that of no damage caused to the Indian targets. We have given damage of the strikes that we have inflicted with heavy damage on Pakistan targets. We've also given evidence that India's military assets have not been hit. But a cowardly act by Pakistan. They don't have terror outfits in India to attack, so they are going after our innocent civilians. India's strikes on Pakistan bases got this response. Remember, from Pakistan, they're targeting our innocent people. But I can tell you, border civilians, extremely brave, patriotic, nationalist, they continue to stay put. In fact, they are the ones who have realized Pakistan needs to be taught a lesson now. On top of this bulletin, I want to bring to you India Today's world exclusive. We have accessed the list of the Pakistani terrorists neutralized in the Operation Sindoor strike at the terror targets, remember, that happened. In these precision strikes on the night of 6th of May, Muridke and Bahawalpur were the big targets. Muridke for Lashkar-e-Taiba, Bahawalpur for Jaish-e-Mohammed. 7 other Pakistan terror bases were targeted as well, 2 in POJK. These were, remember, among India's most wanted. They had evaded the law for far too long. The high-value targets eliminated by India in Pakistan, Punjab and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Let's begin one by one. On top, Mudassar Khadian, alias Abu Jundal. This is a big name, one of the most prominent. I'll tell you why. Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist. He was the one who were, according to the agencies, in charge of the Markaz-e-Taiba in Muridke for Lashkar-e-Taiba hideout that was hit. The headquarters of Hafiz Saeed. Received the Guard of Honor at the funeral where Pakistani army officials were present. This is the image. Remember that had gone viral? It was at Abu Jundal's. He was, in fact, one of those dead. Wreaths were laid on behalf of Pakistan military chief. His funeral prayer were led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf. Again, remember, designated global terrorist. Now let me take you to, again, important name. Confirmed to us about Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. Several aliases, Ustad Ji, Muhammad Salim, Ghosi Sahib. But most of you who may remember IC-814 hijack would remember Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He had been wanted for leading the IC-814 hijack 1999 that led to the release of Masood Azhar, Omar Sheikh and Zargari. He, in fact, had been the brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He was known to handle the weapon training for Jaish-e-Mohammed, for recruitment, for multiple terror attacks in J&K. And not only was an Interpol notice, but had been one of the big wanted terrorists. Amid all of this, let me now tell you why these names are important. Abu Jundal alias Mudassar Khadian was important because of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. This is Muridke I'm talking about right now. In charge of Markaz-e-Taiba, received Guard of Honor at his funeral. Wreaths were laid on behalf of Pakistan Army and Punjab Chief Minister Maryam Nawaz. Remember this, establishment and military of Pakistan at the funeral of known designated terrorists. His funeral prayer was led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, and this was no secret. You had the visuals on your screen of JUD, a designated global terrorist. A serving Lieutenant General of Pakistan military and IG of Punjab Police was seen at the prayer ceremony. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, why is he important? Jaish-e-Mohammed, Bahawalpur, again, apart from Azhar, eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, in charge of Markaz-e-Subhan-e-Allah in Bahawalpur, involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for Jaish-e-Mohammed. They were based in Markaz-e-Subhan-e-Allah. Khalid at Abu Akasha, again Lashkar-e-Taiba, involved in multiple terror attacks according to the agencies across Jammu Kashmir, engaged in weapon smuggling from Afghanistan. Funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, Pakistan military officials, Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad were seen at these funerals. Muhammad Hassan Khan, Jaish-e-Mohammed, son of Mufti Asghar Khan Kashmiri, operational commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed in POJK, played a key role in coordinating terror attacks in J&K. So remember, this strike that happened on 6th of May took some time to be confirmed with the identities. We are bringing that list to you now. But the biggest name of all was of Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, not only for handling weapons training for JM, had been on the radar of the agencies for years. He was known to reside in Markaz-e-Subhan-e-Allah. He had been wanted in the IC-814 hijack case. Can I just jog your memory? For 179 passengers, 11 crew members held hostage. We had to release Masood Azhar, Omar Sheikh and Zargari. Omar Sheikh had led Daniel Pearl, the American Jewish journalist, into captivity, eventually murder. Shivani Sharma joining me for the latest on that. Shivani, I bring you in here. These are big names that appear to have been confirmed now, and that is why we are putting out all these details. But some of them are definitely a big catch.
Pooja, these were the top terrorists who were neutralized, and let's tell our viewers that this is not the complete list. We'll be getting more names very soon as the assessment continues by the government. And these terrorists who have been associated, the masterminds of some big attacks in India, the coordinated terrorist attacks across Jammu and Kashmir, the hijack that happened in 1999, all these attacks were coordinated by these top terrorists, and these are the handful names, but there are much bigger number of these terrorists who have been neutralized, and they have been destroyed in the Operation Sindoor first strike of 9 different places. And what we were given to understand by the sources that there are around 100 such terrorists who were killed, but the details are being ascertained, the assessments are on, and one by one we'll be getting more such lists. And certainly these are the terrorists who were the masterminds of some very deadly and dastardly attacks against India.
Shivani, keep tracking the latest on this, because this, remember, comes at a juncture when these identities are important, with the confirmation and clarity that are coming in, confirmed by our sources. I want to help understand this more. And joining me in this telecast, in this special panel, as we say, Indian women lead from the front, whether with courage as widows that we saw in Pahalgam, or women in uniform that we have been witnessing in the press briefings. Both sides here, I'm joined by Squadron Leader Gini Chaudhary, as a defense expert now, has served in the forces, Group Captain Manjula Katoch. Okay, Manjula Katoch. All right, so defense expert as joining me. And this, remember, is very important, because at this juncture, these women have served in the forces. I want to first ask you, Gini, about the kind of response that you've seen. Let's talk about women in uniform, women who watched horror in Pahalgam, and the courage that I've seen come across in these times as these terrorist names are being confirmed. Do you think it's a reflection of eventually about a united India, a strong India, where women are not really bechara?
Absolutely, Pooja. See, if you see, as the name was given to the Operation Sindoor, and we have been talking about this like from 2-3 days, why the name was given. So, apart from this, since the briefing has been covered by 2 women officers, and that too from different faith. So this is the indication, this is a message to the entire world that our women are not bechara. We are not abla naris anymore. And if you see today in Air Force or Army or Navy, our combat units are being commanded by women officers. See, when I retired, I was also in one of the combat units. I also served in one of the combat units. So this is the state, and a message has been sent across very clearly, the way we are defending and the way we are already also getting offensive in our views of the actions which we have taken against Pakistan.
Very important. I want to bring in Captain Manjula Katoch here. When we look at these names of these terrorists, I'm sure you must have heard these names over the years from IC-814, and the fact that they had such security and protection in Bahawalpur, in Muridke, supposedly banned organization. How do you look at this strike, victory, and a united synergy of the Indian Armed Forces with the political will?
Absolutely, Pooja. It is a commendable thing, and it cannot come from isolation, you know. It has to be when everybody is working together. So the first thing first, we must applaud our technical superiority. How our operation is being so much focused, and so, you know, it is so focused and it is so precision was there in our operation. That's very, very commendable. And India has certainly a cutting edge warfare today in today's time. So the kinds of targets that we have chosen are very, very important, and a lot of mind has gone into it. And not only the selection of the targets, but also the execution. So here we must commend the ADE also, Air Defense Warfare of Armed Forces. That's also very, very important. And the precision they have shown in this operation is highly, highly commendable. And yes, our Defense Minister very rightly said that we are not targeting any random person
or civilians.
Absolutely, he very clearly he mentioned that Jin mohi mara, tin mohi mare. We really know who our target is. So our target is terrorism. Our target is not any community. Our target is not any religion. Our target is terrorism, and all the names that you have flashed are against our sovereignty of India. Absolutely.
Captain Manjula, because look at the distress and anger we all faced after Pahalgam massacre, and yet the professionalism by our Indian military to ensure that in turn we do hit. We'll teach them a lesson, but it will be to the terrorists and now to the military installations. Squadron Leader Guinea, I want to bring you in here. The Indian Air Force's performance, incredible to say the least. Of course, it's all about the treat and the tri-services, but with the Indian Air Force, the strikes, the precision that is as much needed, it's as much about technical superiority, but I'm looking at specifically the effort, the strategy that has gone in. Tell us about at times like these, the decision-making process and how we ensured the precision that came in with our missiles.
See, certainly when we talk about winning the war, we talk about air superiority. But when it comes to planning and when it comes to execution and strategy planning, so all three forces sit together and then they plan. See, sitting at this chair, I cannot comment on how they have planned the strategies and all, because we have more experienced people sitting over there, and the results, like you see, the way that targets have been destroyed.
Correct.
This is a clear-cut example of how our strategies are performing so well. Along with the assets we have, be it in Air Force, Army or Navy, whatever assets have been used till date. And also, if you see that initially on 7th May when it started, our targets were never the military installations. Our targets were the terrorist camps. So this clearly states that we never provoked any war. So, as in the briefing also, it was clearly mentioned in MEA briefing as well. We have taken a very proportionate and a very measured steps towards this escalation, you can say escalation or whatever. So, it has been provoked from that side. And if you talk about technical superiority and see, right now we are not fighting a conventional war, but eventually, yes, everything ends to that. Today, we are fighting a technological war. You see the way Air Force, the way our armed forces have used their loiter munitions on the second day, and the way the targets were destroyed, it completely changed the game. And those loiter munition, I'll tell you, it's not only about Air Force. Even Army was using them. Army was using what we call Atmanirbhar Bharat. Army was using indigenously procured LMs in that. So that is a state, and I think it is high time for Pakistan to understand, to, you know...
That's a good statement. This has been as much, I think, it's about Atmanirbhar Bharat that we have shown, rather than the Chinese military hardware that either fails to detonate, like we've seen in Hoshiarpur PL-15 missile, or, of course, with regard to even their HQ-9 and HQ-16 systems that have received damage and all. Captain Manjula, when you look at these visuals coming in, of course, we talk about the Indian Air Force, but then about the boots on the ground. The artillery fire, that mortar shelling along the line of control, that has to be responded by the personnel, and that is reflective of the effort as much. You're looking at a united force on a high alert, activated completely, and the kind of equipment, again, as we talk about the air defense systems on one side, but eventually it is the boots on the ground speaking as well, especially along LOC and IB.
Absolutely, Pooja. As I said, and I'll reiterate that wars are not won only by a single entity. We all have to come together, and certainly we all work together. It's not only Army, Navy, Air Force. It's about, see, these days, as she said, Guinea said that it is not a conventional warfare. It is so much of psychological warfare also. So we are only talking about the armed forces, and I want to put in to the table that it is not only the armed forces, even the normal public also has a very, very big role to play.
How is that? Can you explain that to us? What do you mean when we talk about public's importance as well at this time as much of the armed forces at the border?
Absolutely. First and foremost, the public has to understand that we are all in very, very safe hands. We have best of the armed forces who are defending us there at the borders. So we should not panic. We just should not panic. We should stay calm. We should stay poised. And these are the days of, cyber things, warfare coming up. So we have to be very, very particular in that. And, disciplined information is very important. We should not fall prey to the misinformation or maybe some kind of propaganda. We should refrain from getting into some kind of propaganda. And as a normal citizen, I would like to say that it's not that we can, fight for our nation only if we have some kind of weapon in our hand. No, it's not important. But wherever we are, we have to be very, very calm, composed. We should take the...
Be cautious
absolutely,
in what you
vigilant.
share, because
Very
Pakistan
vigilant.
is indulging in propagandas, and I'll talk about that as much. But like we were talking to Captain Manjula Katoj, Indian Army, remember, at this juncture, you must have heard of artillery fire, mortar shelling along the LOC international border, especially in Jammu region. Befitting response, you must have heard a number of times. What does that mean? Indian Army has officially released this video. Let's take a look at that. Captain Manjula, do you think this is as much about boosting the morale of the forces, a reflection as much to the public, but also how does this make you feel, missing the uniform at this juncture, but also realizing the effort at the border?
Absolutely. Whenever such kind of times comes, we always miss our uniforms. That's true. But as I said, I'll reiterate, wearing uniform is not important. Each one of the citizen is as much important for the nation today as we in the uniformed services are. So yes, the morale of the citizens, the morale of the country should always remain high, because the soldier who is fighting there at the border, he is also looking towards us as we are looking up to that soldier. So we need to stay united, and we need to really, have this very high morale. And yes, the videos like this certainly raise our morale very high.
What is your assessment of videos like this? I see, because unlike earlier, Indian Armed Forces have always done their job. They needn't show or prove it to anyone. And yet there's a reason these videos are surfacing. What is your assessment? Why do you think, whether it's the Army, whether it's the Air Force, more and more videos, do you think it's a part of communication warfare that we see these videos coming for?
Absolutely, Pooja. See, what Pakistan doing right now is fighting a psychological warfare. In our terms, we call it psychops. So what they're doing is they're spreading misinformation. So that these videos are counter to that misinformation. I always say, if armed forces are the backbone of our country, our public, our civilians are the heart. तो अगर दिल ही कमजोर पड़ जाएगा तो कैसे लड़ेंगे, right? So the point here is that it is for us to understand that we are there because you guys trust us. So that trust needs to be there, and we'll continue perform. And the performance, there is no second thought that we are performing very well, correctly. The targets, the destruction, everything is happening. Everything is in place. Nobody has to worry about anything. Just keep that trust on, because that person who is at the border, he is there. His confidence is the public, the Indians, because this is the time we need to be united.
So if there's a video like this by the Indian Army, to not only, of course, boost the morale, but also to ensure the public realizes that there's a reason that we sleep peacefully. At 1:40, when there were Pakistan firing missiles at us, Indian armed forces were on the job and how. Now, this visual is very important. At the press briefing from the Minister of Defence and External Affairs Ministry, these videos were shown, these images. These are from the Armed Forces base in Sirsa, for example, Suratgarh as well. Now, this was, you would wonder, why were these visuals being shown with a timestamp to prove that our bases, air base, army bases, are running just fine, fully functional, because Pakistan is trying to indulge in a communication warfare to say that Indian military bases have suffered damage. Swarnalita Guinea, what do you make of this video? Do you think it's as important to put out what you have done, how you've performed, but also to debunk these propagandas? Because that's what Pakistan is doing right now, to say that India's military assets have been damaged and how? And India's asking where? Our bases are all running fine.
This is a clear-cut proof that whatever propaganda or whatever misinformation has been delivered by Pakistan and their civilians or whatever is floating on the... Don't trust anything just like that. Only if that information is coming from an authentic platform, trust that information. So this is the proof that that Pakistan is a liar country, and we have already proved it, and these are again, videos.
And they will not accept their domestic losses. So what they are doing is trying to put it on India, pin it on us, and India says, but here's the timestamp video. What are you talking about? This is very important, remember. We were at a juncture like this in 2025. It's not only about fight on the ground, in the air, in the sea. It's as much about online and communication warfare. Look at that. Now, what did India strike? In reality, we have the thermal imagery, the satellite images. We did destroy Pakistan posts. Heavy damage inflicted in several areas. 8 bases in total, different locations across cities. Pakistan Post 3, look at that. Now we are looking at Sialkot. We are looking at the international border areas, and this is not just about the Indian Air Force, it's as much about the Indian Army, the BSF. This is a united effort, remember, by all our armed forces. So you're looking at different visuals coming in India, this time, ensuring to speak with evidence. We didn't have to, but this is to ensure that the world is watching right now. We are putting evidence of what has been struck. Pakistan is without any evidence claiming that Indian military targets have been hit. Captain Manjula Katoch, when you look at these visuals, it's incredible to be able to have these images as evidence, as proof. India can always take this narrative when it comes to the international platforms, because we have to prove that the terror targets have been hit and military installations, only because these military installations were being used, or misused, must I say, to hit civilian infrastructure in India and our strategic targets.
Absolutely, Pooja. So this is what I was talking about, the tactical brilliance of Indian Armed Forces. We have selected these targets because they are high-value targets. So these are the places from where all the, these are the launch pads, in fact. So it's, we always say, always attack the root cause.
Yes.
So this is what Indian Armed Forces have done, that we have selected the targets, which are very, very high value targets, and we have neutralized these launch pads. That's a wonderful and commendable operation from our side. And we must, pat our backs for that.
Like I asked, my final question then to you as well on that, the question I asked to Swarnalita Guinea as well. When you look at these visuals of women in the uniform leading the press briefing, and even in some very difficult moments putting up a brave front, do you think it's also an important messaging that we look at when you look at Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, while these operations are going on, they give out the details. Do you think that posturing is also important?
Absolutely, and this shows that, the transparency that Indian Armed Forces has, the inclusiveness in the defense services, that women forces are also as much included in all the decision-making and in all the operations as much the male forces are. It speaks about the inclusion. Yes.
Incredible moment of pride, but relief. But I believe, as the government has been saying, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. And these two women have contributed in so many ways for a safe and secure India. I want to thank both of you. And I'm sure once a soldier, always a soldier in life. And thank you for staying with us, giving us your perspective. Swarnalita Guinea Chaudhary and Captain Manjula Katoch. What we are looking at right now are how Pakistan tried to launch drone attacks on India late last night. That then led to a response from the Indian Armed Forces. In a targeted strike, India hit key military installations of Pakistan along the LOC. Visuals released by the government show Indian missiles hitting Pakistan military installations. Now, thermal imagery, real evidence on the ground. This is a huge crater that can be seen on the airstrip at the Rahim Yar Air Base in South Punjab. Damage caused by the Indian missile at the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base clearly visible. This is evidence being put out. Sialkot, look at that, Luni. This is in Pakistan. Massive destruction caused by the Border Security Force. Pakistan initiating unprovoked firing on the BSF posts in the Jammu sector. BSF responded strongly, inflicting heavy damage on Pakistan Rangers, posts and assets. India blows up Pakistani posts that were used to launch armed drones. A projectile hit the Pakistani post and reduced it to debris. All of this on camera, on evidence. So in total, and I'm quoting from the briefing coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs and the MOD, 8 air bases were blown up, inflicting heavy damage in Pakistan. Prominent among them was this Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, which is called the seat of Pakistan military. Look at that. Multiple explosions seen, heard at the Noor Khan Air Base, very close to the Pakistan military headquarters, the army headquarters. Noor Khan Air Base is a critical hub for the Pakistan Air Force, located near the GHQ, but also houses the refuelers and is a critical base.
Attack hua hai Noor Khan base pe.
So 8 military bases is what I'm talking about, quoting from the briefing that came in from the MOD-MEA. It's also, remember, an approach that India had to take, because the first missile that was intercepted that could not destroy the Indian targets was fired from Pakistan. According to the press briefing, they attempted to hit our Medicare, medical centers, schools in Srinagar, Avantipura and strategic targets at the Punjab Air Base as well. Huge craters now can be seen on the airstrip of Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in Pakistan, South Punjab. We are corroborating our word with evidence on the ground. Rahim Yar Khan Air Base is very crucial. It's very strategic, and I'll tell you why. It's an important forward operating base, faces Rajasthan. Military installations and assets are present here, including air base, for example, at the Noor Khan, where these explosions in Rawalpindi were seen. Then there was Murid Base in Chakwal, Rafiki Air Base again in Shorkot. Now, the reasons that you see these explosions is India didn't want to hit at these military bases. The agenda was clear, to be able to de-escalate now, but Pakistan continues to provoke India, trying to hit our civilian infrastructure. And not just the Indian Air Force or the Indian Army, the Border Security Force, destroying several posts and assets of the Pakistan Rangers, terror launch pads in Sialkot at the international border, which is right opposite the Akhnur sector. India also shot down. This is basically what led to India's response. India intercepted and shot down a Pakistani Fatah-1 missile in the western sector, aimed at a strategic Indian location. Sialkot in Punjab, Neelam Valley in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir were also struck with the Indian arsenal. All, remember, viewer, as a response to Pakistan trying to harm our innocent civilians and military targets. Amid all of this, remember, it's a reminder, India is still showing a lot of restraint. We're not hitting civilian targets. We're hitting military installations now, and it started with the terror targets. But what about Peshawar? Gunfire could be heard in the northwestern Pakistani city. A security official said that a local airbase had activated the defense system to take down a drone. And then, of course, we've all seen by now, explosions seen in Islamabad, Lahore and other big cities of Pakistan. What about India then? When Pakistan is trying to target our civilian infrastructure and strategic targets, it's the S-400, our superior air defense systems. S-400 is just one of many. It's a multi-layered approach, remember. Akash missile system, surface-to-air missiles, L-70. Zu-23, Chilka as well, neutralizing Pakistan drones and carry out precision strikes at the military hubs. India is ready, it's prepared, it's always been. But it wanted to keep all of these in self-defense. That's what we are using it. Eventually, Pakistan provoking us to escalate this further?
attack
Look at this image on your screen. This is what led to the start. 1:40 a.m. Pakistan missile aimed at Punjab Air Base is what was said in the press briefing at about 10:40 a.m. That is when India's air defense system alert and activated, intercepted it, destroyed. This was the Fatah-1 missile, and I'm quoting from official sources. This was when Fatah-1 missile was intercepted, destroyed, and that is when India said enough is enough. You're trying to target our strategic assets now, our civilians. And that's when India went after 8 big crucial air bases, inflicting heavy damage, crippling the bases at massive points, and in many ways, that is when India decided to open its systems. Look at this image on your screen. Major bases hit.
ड्रोन गिरा अभी यहाँ पे आके वो आगे करके वो देखें आग लगी हुई ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी फेज 6 में ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी यहाँ पे आके वो आगे करके वो देखें आग लगी हुई ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी फेज 6 में ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी यहाँ पे आके वो आगे करके वो देखें आग लगी हुई ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी फेज 6 में ये ड्रोन गिरा अभी यहाँ पे आके वो आगे करके वो देखें आग लगी हुई
What is happening to Pakistan's leadership, the civilian leadership? They're embarrassing themselves. They're exposing themselves, and how? Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif trying to threaten India. Now, we're told that Shehbaz Sharif said that a meeting has been chaired on nuke arsenal. Remember the nuke arsenal threat that a lot of leaders of Pakistan have been putting forth against India? But it led to a denial from a Pakistan minister. We are told that one of the Pakistan ministers said no nuke meeting has been held. Pakistan Prime Minister saying one thing, one of their ministers denying it. Shivani Sharma joins me for the latest on that. Shivani, what's happening? Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says nuke arsenal meeting. I believe Khwaja Asif said no meeting has been held. What are you picking up? This is embarrassing at a juncture like this.
Pooja, there seems to be a U-turn in Pakistan, especially we must remember after United States has intervened today. And this has been what is coming through the reports that initially Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, he had said that they'll be holding a nuke arsenal meeting. And that was a posturing that they were trying to show, and they were trying to show that they are going ahead and escalating this whole offensive that they've opened against the civilians in India. But after some time, what we got to know that there was a phone call that was being made to Pakistan, where United States told Pakistan that Pakistan should not take this adventure ahead. Some kind of intervention that has come from United States, and after that some different kind of statements have been coming in from the ministers of Pakistan that we are not holding any such kind of nuke arsenal meeting. So that's how we've been seeing Pakistan on contradicting its own remarks and statements, and once again there seems to be a lot of confusion and panic inside Pakistan when it comes even to the Prime Minister out there and the ministers. So Pooja, no nuke arsenal meeting happening. That's what now Pakistan is saying. Complete U-turn after US intervention.
And we can only compare this to the kind of meetings and huddles that are being organized. Not much is being said. However, a lot is being done. India-Pakistan tensions escalate even further. Shivani, thank you for now. Now, Operation Sindoor, however, is ongoing. Our leadership hasn't said that the operation is over just yet. But it's the second consecutive night. May 10th, Pakistan provoked by firing missiles at our strategic assets, at our civilian infrastructure, and that is when India decided to respond. And how? Prime Minister Modi was seen chairing a key review meeting just a short while ago, in which Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS General Chauhan, Tri-Services Chiefs, and of course National Security Advisor Ajit Doval were present in the meeting. There's briefing of what happened last night and possibly about the hours to come. Now, Pakistan, remember, just to take you through how there was a targeted attack at India, launching high-speed missiles aimed at Punjab Air Base. I'm quoting from what was said in the press briefing. But it was activated India's air defense systems that intercepted and destroyed the high-speed missiles. But that is when India decided to launch precision strikes in response. India hit Pakistan's air bases with ballistic missiles. This is huge news coming in, remember. India did it in response to why still our civilians and military targets are attempted to be hit. Pakistan's HQ-16. As a result, the storage and bases have been destroyed, heavy damage inflicted. HQ-16, like HQ-9, remember, is the air defense system supplied by China, but clearly at this juncture not working. But India also highlighted, look at these images on your screen, about how Pakistan indulging in lies and propaganda and information warfare. India put forth images of our air bases. It's fully functional. Pakistan attempted to put out a narrative that India's military bases have suffered damage. But air bases here in different parts of the country are running just fine. Do not fall for Pakistan's propaganda. In a special briefing by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and, of course, the two women officers as well, India showed evidence, in fact, not only of how our bases are intact, but how India did successfully manage to hit Pakistan military bases.
There were also high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army.
नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई।
Women officers leading from the front when it comes to our press briefings, operational details, and for the perspective as well. It's a reminder. It's a normal for India, remember, that we have women in the armed forces and women in all respects of life lead with courage and valor. Captain Yashika Tyagi joins me. And Captain Tyagi, when you look at these visuals on your screen about hitting such precision strikes and target, what is your understanding of what unfolded at 1:40 a.m.? A strike attempted at our civilian infrastructure at our Punjab Air Base. In turn, India opening up its systems, not only with regard to self-defense, but saying enough is enough, and then precision strikes at their air bases in Pakistan?
Hello, Pooja. Jai Hind. The data speak for themselves. Global Power Index clearly states India is number 4 globally, and Pakistan is at number 12. There is absolutely hilarious comparison when you try to put both these countries together. Added to it is the fact that how India is going ahead leaps and bounds in producing indigenously. We are not dependent for so many things on other countries. If I take you back 25 years back when Kargil happened, I am a Kargil war veteran and I'm a logistics officer. I was responsible for the supply chain management. I have seen it. I have braved it. I have real life experience with it when I speak. That way back in those days, we did not have ammunition that was being produced in our own country. Hero of Kargil was Bofors, and we did not have Bofors ammunition. Likewise, there was so much of, when we see these ammunitions today, we find that how greatly India is at an advantageous position. Pakistan is looking at Turkey. Pakistan is looking at China. And yes, army teaches us one thing, and that is a principle that never ever underestimate your enemy. Never take your eye even for once away from where your enemy is. And so we must not underestimate Pakistan's friends. Pakistan, we have seen since last so many wars, 47, 48, we had 65, we had 71, we had Kargil, and we have seen that Pakistan's friends have helped Pakistan. But having said that, this time there is a very big difference. And you also must have seen and covered it, that when we had, say, 26/11, or when we had so many, Akshardham, and many such terror attacks.
Pathankot, Riyasi, Rajouri. Yes.
Yeah, and we were always, they are countless. And we have always been told by the global hotshots, exercise restraint, exercise restraint,
stay no to war,
de-escalate. But this time, no one is telling us directly to de-escalate. It is only very recently, last couple of hours, that we see US has actually, but before that, you have seen how J.D. Vance replied and how Trump said that,
What is the difference then? What do you think is the difference of India in 2025 and India, let's say, of the 1999, for example?
India is strong. India is economic power. And this has not happened overnight. If I take you back to COVID times, you see how our vaccine diplomacy put us out there. Where all the countries of the world were starting from the same start line while preparing the COVID vaccine, how India stood in the forefront, not just helped and vaccinated its own citizens, but also gave vaccine as help also to countless other countries.
In fact, we were the first to help so many states at that juncture. But it's also, when you mention that, we have always been at the front in humanitarian times. But what happened, for example, when we did it for Turkey? They had an earthquake. India immediately sent its Indian Army team, medical professionals and help. Today, Turkey is providing weapons to Pakistan. China is trying to help with their military hardware. How do you think that India should proceed at a juncture like this?
Tell you what, never forget. You may forgive, but never forget. This is a lesson as army personnel, I can say. But diplomacy will, these days our MEA is coming out so strongly. The way we are dealing with countries of the world, India is there at the forefront. And India is taking such momentous decisions. And so I am very sure that nothing goes unpunished. We may forgive, but we will never forget. right?
Captain Yashika Tyagi, as we look at these visuals on your screen, because I've been anchoring since early this morning, since the news broke, and I can't help but make a comparison. The comparison of how India struck the military targets and earlier than that, the terror targets in Pakistan successfully without harming civilians of Pakistan. In turn, I also felt a lot of pride to say that when we talked about the targets that Pakistan was attempting against India have been foiled, shot down, intercepted, destroyed. How do you see that comparison and the differentiation that India, even now, despite constant attacks at our civilians, is ensuring, let's go after terrorists, let's go after military installations if required, we will avoid as much as possible civilian areas?
Pooja, let me begin by complimenting you and all the anchors who are right there and bringing out this news real time and trying to put so many propaganda and fake news and misinformation at rest. You all are warriors. You all are fighting a battle. Your domain is studio at this time, and you are fighting from here. So my compliments to you. Your question that says that how India is doing. See, in army we have we go by our learnings, and one thing that is taught to us from day one in tactics and strategy is that aim should be very clear, and aim should always be one line aim. We cannot have a paragraph as an aim, right? So our one line aim was terror has to be absolutely eradicated. And it was made very clear to us when PM said in that Madhubani speech, we will identify, track and punish the people who did it and their perpetrators and backers. So our
and
rules
India
of
has
the
done
game
its best. I'm sure you'll
told
agree to
us.
that. To de-escalate, to put forth a hand of friendship. All these decades, only in turn getting a Kargil war, a 2611, a Pathankot, a parliament attack and more. And the recent attacks, one of the reasons that India has responded this time. Captain Yashika Tyagi, thank you for making all the fair points. And for, of course, your contribution as much with regard to the military. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much, Captain Tyagi. We have some big news coming in. Let's take a look at that. So the 10:30 a.m. press conference was not enough. 5:30 p.m. we will have another Ministry of External Affairs press conference likely. That's the big news coming in. Expect another briefing of the External Affairs Ministry this time. While it was a joint briefing at 10:30 a.m. with Colonel Sufia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. This could possibly be the MEAPC. We'll wait for further clarity on that. But this, remember, has happened over the past few days. Every evening, we've had the External Affairs Ministry and the officers from the military to give further details, official mentions as much. It's a communication strategy as well. This is important to put forth what the Indian military, the Indian government's plans have been, but also to ensure any propaganda being spread, lies being spread by Pakistan will be debunked. So it's a multilateral approach that has been made. If you noticed clearly at when 10:30 a.m. press conference was organized, it mentioned how Pakistan tried best to disturb communal harmony in the country. That attempt was foiled. India has emerged stronger than ever, united than ever it has ever been possibly. Then too, it also spoke about how internationally that Pakistan is trying to spread propaganda, especially with regard to the fact that some lie that an Indian missile has in fact had an impact in Afghanistan, to which Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said Afghanistan does not need to be reminded of who the real supporter of terrorism is, and that of course referring to Pakistan. Then also adding eventually to what India has done, the military targets that have been hit, and putting it clear to anyone watching across the world that while Pakistan is claiming that our military bases have been hit, but our military bases are just fine. Here the images coming in from Suratgarh, from Sirsa, from other locations as well. So it's a multi-layered approach that the government, the military is aiming at. 5:30 p.m. we're expecting that press conference to come in. Foreign Secretary, of course, will be leading it. Remember that it is still in many ways an ongoing operation. So we understand, and that's one of the reasons that the details that we are putting out confirmed by official sources, confirmed by the government, the military, and not at any point will be compromising with the national security or the details with regard to the military movement. So that's the latest coming in, 5:30 p.m. Stay tuned. We'll cut across to the External Affairs Ministry statement. But what a day this has turned out to be. Remember 1:40 a.m. when most in India were asleep. That's when Pakistan decided to fire a missile, a high-speed missile towards a strategic air base. It was intercepted and destroyed. But that's when India realized that they are charging with drones, kamikaze drones, towards our civilian population, towards our strategic assets, whether it was Srinagar, Avantipura, Punjab Air Base. Thankfully, all of that was intercepted and then came in the response from the Indian military. The response and how. All of that on your screen, not just information, not just conjecture, but evidence from the ground. Thermal imagery, satellite images. This is exactly what India did when it hit the terror targets in Bahawalpur, Muridke. It wasn't just about mentions. There were now ground evidence. This time as well, look at that massive crater that has been formed because of the missile strike. That is the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. This is in South Punjab. And then we're also looking at the Noor Khan base, Rawalpindi, the seat of military power for Pakistan. Loud explosions for all to see. And this is going to be significant. Remember that at this juncture, India is very clear. 2025 cannot be the year that Pakistan can send sponsored jihadists who will kill our people, and the manner in which it butchered our 26 men, 25 Indian men, 1 Nepalese citizen, and think they'll get away. The Indian women who were mocked and taunted and told, go tell your government what we did. And now, our Indian women are at 5:30 p.m. daily at that press briefing, telling the world what India has done. All right, big news coming in. It's a big decision by the Modi government after the huddles and the meetings. This is big news according to our sources. Any act of terror will be considered as an act of war. Huge mention that has come in from our sources in the government at the center, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Listen to the statement carefully that I'm reading right now. Any act of terror will be considered an act of war. Why is this being said? War has to be declared. This statement coming in, that the provocations coming in constantly from Pakistan, one after another. For too long, we have tried to find adjectives, mentions, do not escalate. Right now, top sources within the government of India says India has decided any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. India is not in the mood right now, remember, to have any more of its civilians, its citizens, its military targets be attacked. Piyush Mishra joins me for the latest on that. Piyush, tell me more about the statement.
Coming in from the government sources, we have been told, and that's a statement. In fact, government sources have told us that any act of terror will be considered as an act of war. India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. That's a very big statement coming in from the top government sources, and this coming at a time when in the last 2 days we have seen how massive provocation which has also been done by the Pakistan. They are at the border areas where a lot of drones have been sent by Pakistan, which have been intercepted, and actions have been taken accordingly. But what is more important here is that any act of terror will be considered as the war, and that's a very huge statement coming in from the government sources, and this is certainly telling us as to how the government is going to deal with it accordingly. Remember that in the last 2 nights we have seen Pakistan trying to create a lot of provocation, and also, we have responded equally. We have also attacked on 4 air bases.
On with me, our Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan joins me for the latest on that. Geeta, let's break this down for our viewer. A statement like India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. What does this mean? What is the message being sent out by the Modi government?
Well,
you know, every government has spoken about zero tolerance, Pooja. This government is walking the talk, because when you say zero tolerance against terrorism, what you're very clearly and with absolute clarity doing is saying that terrorists and terrorism from anywhere will not be tolerated. When you see terrorism and you do not know where it's coming from, its genesis or the roots, then there's a problem. But when you know that it is supported by a country, then it certainly is translated into what? The country destabilizing our nation, the country using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. And if it is a state policy, then it certainly will be considered an act of war. Why does one say that? Because we were having this conversation earlier about what is it that Pakistan, Pooja, is going to do next. And everybody's talking about, well, this is escalation from here to military. And in our own edit meetings also, we've been saying this all along, as also in our reporting, that it's not just about what Pakistan can do conventionally, because there's one instrument that Pakistan has, a tool that Pakistan has that that India does not have, India does not employ, and India will never use, which is terrorism. So if they have terrorism and terrorist networks as a toolkit, as a part of their kit to respond to India, then that is going to be part of the bigger architecture of how Pakistan carries out its war against any country.
Does this also
case,
mean,
India.
if I understand the sense coming in from the statement is, till now, each provocation has been responded to. But here on, if they target our civilians, our military installations, or in any way hamper our national security, it could be considered as an act of war.
Well, again, the response is going to be very different, Pooja, this time around, if this is a government policy decision. One, you're saying zero tolerance. Secondly, you're saying that a terrorist attack is going to be considered an act of war, which means that India will not be obliged to then say, we are going to act against only those terrorist infrastructure because they are the ones who acted against us. That's not the message over here. They're saying that if terrorists come from your land and attack my country, then we have the right to respond as an act of war against the country. So it's going to be a military response to a terrorist attack, not a military response to targeting terror hubs anywhere. We are talking about going militarily.
So the nation will take responsibility if the terrorists from that nation will hit at our civilians. One of the big messages that are coming in here, that's what Pakistan, I hope, is listening right now.
Not just civilians. Pooja, not just civilians.
Yes.
Not just
civilians.
civilians.
Go ahead, Geeta, finish your point.
I said not just civilians. If terrorists attack anything, if there is going to be crossing over into Indian territory and using terrorism as an instrument of state policy against anyone, any individual, personnel, our troops, our infrastructure, our military critical infrastructure, whatever it is going to be, it would be considered as an act of war.
Geeta, stay on with me. Piyush Mishra also joins me. Piyush, this statement comes in from the sources from the Modi government right after that meeting, that huddle, where we had the CDS, we had the Defense Minister, the NSA, of course the Tri-Services Chiefs as well, and therefore deliberate messaging that has come in right after that. Explain about the statement, about the messaging. What is the intention now of the Modi government here on, according to you?
Well, one thing is very clear, Pooja, that we are going to hit hard to any kind of terror activity carried out against the country. And if this is done, then it will be considered as an act of war and will be responded accordingly. Remember that we have taken actions, we have retaliated back on the escalation which was done by Pakistan when our civilians were killed in Pahalgam. We hit the terror sites there, 9 targets were set, and the targets were also attacked and successful attacks were carried out. But after that, we are seeing how Pakistan is continuously trying to provoke. It is trying to send drones, trying to attack our military installations, trying to attack our civilians, to which also we are responding accordingly. But one thing is very clear, that in future, if any terror attack is carried out, then it will be considered as an act of war and it will be responded accordingly. So that's a very big statement coming in, and this is also coming in at a time when the Modi government is dealing with the terror acts very sternly. And remember that PM Narendra Modi has also been holding series of meetings in the last of more than 14 days. More than 25 big meetings have been chaired by PM Narendra Modi, and today itself he was here in a meeting with NSA Ajit Doval, all trial service chief, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was also there. So after that meeting, this decision has been taken, and the top government sources have confirmed to us, Pooja, that any act of terror in future will be considered as an act of war and it will be responded accordingly. That's a very big statement and a huge message also to Pakistan that if you try to terrorize or if you try to create any kind of terror,
then the timing of the message also very important. Piyush getting us those details. We're getting you all the details. Top focus at 4 p.m. here with me, Akshita Nandagopal, is a news break we're putting out on our screens. Top sources in the government of India saying that we have now decided any act of terror in the future will be considered directly an act of war. And I'll bring in Geeta Mohan, a foreign affairs editor, also on this. Geeta, the timing of this particular message from the government extremely crucial. It's happening when, tensions between India and Pakistan are rising, and perhaps intends to also send out a message to Pakistan that we remember the root cause of why really this conflict has started, and we're committed to weeding out terror and anyone who backs terror.
Well, Akshita, like Piyush was saying, and he brought the story to us, it is a very important one. Government sources in a very strong message to Pakistan, particularly. India does face threats and terrorism from other quarters as well, but Pakistan more so than any other place. So a very strong message being sent out on zero tolerance, Akshita. This is not saying that what is happening right now is not war. It's actually saying that what happened has led to an act of war. So this, in all probability, and how I'm looking at it, is an undeclared war between India and Pakistan, because India is saying that it started with a terror attack, and should there be any, there must be a lot of intelligence and reading and picking up of chatter as to what Pakistan is going to do next. And one of the things that that India will be looking into and taking into account, Akshita, is not just the drones coming in, the military operations, and militarily what Pakistan is going to do. The one tool, like I said, and I'm repeating myself, one tool that Pakistan has, which India does not, is terrorism. Using terrorists as an instrument of state policy. And if it is their state policy, then India will use its state policy to counter it, which is military. And if it's military, it's war. So a very clear message now that there is going to be no bifurcation of what happens and what comes from Pakistan. That, oh, this is a military attack and this is a terrorist attack. That any act against India will be considered an act of war. Whether it's militarily done, whether if it's terrorists coming in, and any target, whether it's civilian, military, infrastructure, military infrastructure, will not be taken as a terror attack, but as an act of war against India.
If you're wondering, for all of our viewers joining us on this broadcast, if you're wondering right now, what really do we mean when we say act of war? How do you define it? What does it change with regards to India's response when there's an incident of terror on our soil? As per international law, an act of war refers to action taken by one state against another that amounts to the use of armed force or aggression, typically signaling the start of an armed conflict or war. So when a country calls the actions of another country an act of war, it's typically signaling that it considers those actions to be hostile enough to actually justify armed conflict or self-defense under international law. So as per the international law, this is the United Nations Charter. Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter actually prohibits member states from using force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, except in cases of self-defense. So when you declare an act of war, you're saying that, look, they targeted us as a country. This is an act of self-defense. The term itself isn't clearly defined in the UN Charter, but historically it's referred to actions that could justify a state in responding with military force. So in a sense, Piyush, as you got us that newsbreak details from your sources in the government, in a sense it's what we've done now. But we're just formalizing it and saying that if this happens again, you can expect pretty much the same response from India.
Well, more aggressive, Akshita, and why? Because it's a messaging also which the government is trying to send out to Pakistan that if any terror attack is carried out, then it will be considered as an act of war and it will be, dealt with accordingly. Why it will be more aggressive? Because this time we have not attacked the civilians. We have not, breached any law. We have just responded to what was being done by Pakistan. We were just teaching a lesson to Pakistan. So if in future any kind of terror attack is carried out against India or on Indian soil, then it will be considered as an act of war and it will be responded accordingly, which means that strongest possible actions, all options will be explored and it will be decided, actions will be taken so that the country does not even, our enemy country does not even think of, considering any kind of terror attack against the country. So it's a very big message coming in from India and especially for Pakistan, that if you carry out any terror attack, then it will be considered as an act of war and actions will be taken accordingly, which means that, more aggressive actions will be taken. So far, we have only reacted to the Pakistan's aggression. We have seen how Pakistan has tried to provoke India. It has sent more than 300 to 400 drones. In the last 3 days, more than 50 cities were on target. So this certainly tells us to how multiple provocations have been done by Pakistan and those have been responded accordingly. But
so right now, if you look at really the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor, how it's played out, India, the government has maintained the nature of our strikes has been retaliatory. It's been non-escalatory retaliation. These are the responses that have come in from the government to Pakistan's provocations. But with this particular newsbreak that we're getting you, perhaps that equation also changes. And I'll bring in Shivani Sharma also on this broadcast to really define, when we say act of war, what really this means. It could lead essentially, the next time a terror attack happens in India, Shivani, God forbid, you will see the start of an armed conflict and perhaps India not showing the kind of mature restraint that currently we are showing. It means essentially that we will go ahead and declare it an act of war for the world to acknowledge.
Akshita, it's very clear when this statement has come from the sources when Pakistan is trying to target the civilian places in India, that is the act of terror. It is not engaging militarily with India. It is trying to engage with civilians. It is targeting civilians not only at the LOC but across cities on the western border. And if it does so further, India will be in an act of war. That's a clear warning and a very strong signal that has been given to Pakistan now by government of India. Because in past few briefings of the MBA, we've been listening that there was a restraint that was maintained by the Indian forces. We do not want to harm any civilian places in Pakistan. And by the way, Pakistan has been using its own airlines, its international airlines as the shields, because it knows that India will not be hitting the civilians when it is taking any action. But now, if Pakistan further escalates and tries to target the civilians in India, then India will go all out in an act of war.
I'll also bring in Geeta Mohan for more context really on this. Internationally speaking, Geeta, I explained what act of war means, but not really recognized per se as per the UN Charter. But having said that, are there other countries who also used this kind of, messaging, declaring an act of war when there is an attack on their soil, a terror attack particularly perpetrated by another country-sponsored terror group?
Well, many times countries have done that, but have they considered or called the act, a terrorist act, an act of war, is not something that has been done officially. But yes, there are countries that have considered the other an enemy, and in that have called anything that they do as an act of war. You'd see that a lot in West Asia, where the fight between Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Israel, Israel. In these cases, or Lebanon for that matter, where Hezbollah has its network. In these cases, they do consider it, and in the recent past, you've seen that the actions have spoken of how they have considered it an act of war and gone into that country in the past. And that's why I say, Akshita, a lot has to do with the rules of engagement now internationally changing. The powers that be, international powers, including the United States of America, backing or being okay with certain actions being taken by a few countries where they have declared an incident, an act of war from a country and gone into that country to take out the entire infrastructure. And that has happened in the case of Lebanon when it comes to Israel. So you have seen cases in the recent past itself. But declaring it and saying that this is a stated policy decision of the government, I will have to go back and see whether that has really happened on the record. Having said that, for India, this is also coming through government sources. We should, again, if this is going to be a policy decision, it should be spelled out. At about 6 p.m., there's another briefing that's going to take place. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth, so to say. And Akshita, let's get the officers to say it on the record that this indeed is a policy decision of the government. For now, this is a source-based info that we've broken, that this is a move that the government has made, that it is going to be a policy decision. An act of terror will be considered an act of war. But at 6 p.m., when the Ministry of External Affairs and the Government of India, along with Ministry of Defense, when they hold a briefing, we will maybe, if they're taking questions, ask them whether this is now a new policy decision that has been made, because it is going to completely change how India and India's security architecture really shifts to handling terrorism and terror incidents in the country. It was very
Geeta, you spoke about militarily. When you declare act of war, military action also, it warrants by a country, by India in this particular case. 6 p.m., yes, is that briefing when we will hopefully get an official communication from the government. But when you go ahead and declare an act of war, what does it mean diplomatically as well? And does it also mean that then, we can raise the issue more aggressively on global platforms? For example, Pakistan-sponsored terror, is that something then that we can push more aggressively on global platforms?
Well, it just means that we'll have to explain what we're doing differently, and is all. Have you seen a lot of people have come, Akshita, a lot of countries have come out and expressed a lot of concern with regards to what's happening. But none of them have really come out and taken a side. We are saying that most of them have condemned the terror attack, but none, they're all acting very neutral. In a scenario such as this, everybody wants to keep their phone lines open, communication lines open, Akshita, with India as well as with Pakistan, United States of America. Every time they're calling External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar, they also go ahead and call Pakistani Premier Shehbaz Sharif. And every time you see even the Gulf nations, when Saudis speak to India, they speak to the Pakistanis as well. Look at what has happened in IMF. Instead of taking a position on the fact that the money in the past has not been seen to reach its logical conclusion when it comes to IMF funding, what did they do? They still went ahead and cleared the IMF fund in the name of neutrality, that they don't want to look like they're taking sides. This decision was taken from quite a long time ago, and that's about just one. The other 1.4 in the name of climate resilience was given and cleared in this very meeting. So what's really happening over here? There's no neutrality. So diplomatically, India will have to engage the world every time it's taking this action, saying this is our policy. We have taken a policy decision that acts of terror are going to be considered an act of war against India. And therefore, we are going to move our military every time Pakistan tries to do something. Why hasn't the world questioned how Pakistan is run by a Pakistani military establishment? That the governance and the civilian dispensation over there have no say. That the military decides what needs to be done and what doesn't need to be done. There's a joke, Akshita, and I'm just extending the conversation a little longer, but there's a joke where when the news came on Pakistani Prime Minister ordering the Pakistani Army Chief to take giving him a free hand to do anything he wants to respond to India. The joke was that Pakistani Army Chief ordered the Pakistani Premier to order the Pakistani Army Chief to do what he's been asked to do. That's the state of affairs. So in such a scenario, asking for diplomatic solutions or how India is going to diplomatically make the world understand is not something that is key right now for India. India is engaging everyone diplomatically, but the message is not to convince the world that they're doing the right thing. It's just telling them that we're doing this. It's for you to convince Pakistan to stop if they want de-escalation.
Okay, so essentially if you see that this move by the government of declaring an act of terror as an act of war here on has diplomatic ramifications, not massive. So largely if you look at it, it's about the messaging really that the government intends to send across. Piyush, we've been seeing really how the government has been taking on Pakistan aggressively. So was this something that was decided in the meeting that was held today by the Prime Minister? Has this been something that, you know, he's been pushing for, that we take on terrorism acts, call out Pakistan over it?
Well, Akshita, you would remember that when the Pahalgam terror attack had taken place, the Prime Minister had declared his intention, and he had, in bold and capital letters, had said that we are going to deal with terrorism once and for all. And after that, we had seen how the strikes were carried out and 9 terror camps were attacked, and these were all successful strikes which we had conducted. After that, we have seen how Pakistan has tried to provoke and has tried to send drones and missiles, to which also we have responded accordingly. But now, looking at the current situation, one thing has been made very clear by the government, that if in future any kind of terror attack is carried out, then it will be considered as an act of war. And this has been decided after the series of meetings. Those have been chaired by PM Narendra Modi himself. Since Pahalgam attack, he has been personally monitoring each and every development. You would remember that he had cut short his Saudi Arabia visit, and the moment he landed, he was briefed by the top officials of the government. After that, he has so far chaired 3 Cabinet Committee on Security meetings, and in all these meetings, everything has been reviewed, everything has been taken into consideration. And in the last 2 days, yesterday also there was a meeting with Rajnath Singh, Chief of Defence Staff, NSA Ajit Doval, all Tri-Services Chief, and today also we have seen similar sort of meeting. And after that, this message is now coming out, and like you rightly mentioned, that the main intention of the government is to send out a clear and strong message that if you carry out any terror attack, then it will be considered as an act of war, and that will be responded accordingly, which means that the situation will not be like what we are dealing now. We will be more aggressive. We will take more aggressive actions against you if you in future do any such thing or indulge in any kind of terror activity against the Indian soil.
Shivani, just to bring you in on this, when we say act of war, does that mean directly that the next time, if there's ever an incident of terror, and clearly it's linked to Pakistan, that the immediate step will be military action? Is that what act of war essentially translates to?
Essentially, this is what it translates to, the act of terror. Now, we have to understand what is being considered the act of terror first. Any harm that has been inflicted to Indian citizens inside Indian soil without any reason would be considered an act of war. And what we are witnessing in the last 2 days, Akshita, is exactly what's Pakistan doing. It has been harming the civilians, and that's why at this juncture, this kind of a policy change is being brought in, because India wants to go, and if Pakistan escalates, India will be going all out to control all these acts of terror against Indians, not only by the terror outfits that have been supported by the Pakistani army, but also the Pakistani army that has been indulging in these acts of terror against Indians.
Okay, so very clear message that's coming in from the government. The timing of this is crucial. It's been timed essentially to the conflict between India and Pakistan to once again reiterate that our resolve to end terror is unshaken. You know, this is something we've raised on global platforms. This is something that repeatedly we've spoken of, and we've drawn the line. we've said enough is enough. And that messaging is very clear with what we're seeing right now also between India and Pakistan. But it doesn't end there. We're also looking, Geeta, at a long-term solution, at ensuring that Pakistan, that there's a deterrent in place that will ensure these kind of terror attacks don't happen again in the future. Not just a conflict now, but a long-term solution to this.
Was that for me, Shivani?
That was for you, Geeta.
Right. Very important point that you're asking about deterrence. But then again, you know, when you're war gaming something, when you're gaming an entire situation and seeing what can happen next, this is also a deterrence telling Pakistan you dare not send terrorists as a response. Because they failed to get our Air Force bases, they failed to get our critical infrastructure, they have failed miserably in many ways than one. And India succeeded in what they wanted to do, carry out the strikes that they wanted to carry out. In such a scenario, if Pakistan is going to use unconventional war methods, which is using terrorism, that's going to be terrible. So, in all probability, the intelligence that they're looking at, our intelligence officers and the intelligence division giving and feeding all the details to the National Security Advisor, the Council, and the Prime Minister's office must be saying that there could be this as an option that Pakistan is looking at, and therefore the announcement of a policy decision that if and should Pakistan try such a misadventure, it will be treated as an act of war.
Okay, interesting development this. We'll see, of course, at 6 p.m. when there is a briefing that's expected by the government, whether there's going to be a formal message, a formal communication from the government that yes, any acts of terror in the future will be directly deemed an act of war against India. A crucial, important, significant step there taken by the Modi government. Let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. More visual proof coming in of India's strike. Videos of the aftermath of the strike on Pakistan's Rahim Yar Air Base. Now, this particular air base in Pakistan has been targeted by India in the counter strikes. And there's the latest footage on your screens of how really this entire air base has suffered massive damages. That building there, you can see all the windows have been shattered, inside completely destroyed. Remember that this particular airbase, this is the Rahim Yar airbase, it's not just an airbase but also a civilian airport. So this building, which was empty when the strike happened, India ensured that because we do not target civilians, this particular building, you see, has been completely destroyed. And that's because of the targeted strike, the precision strike that we have pulled off in this area. You can see the security all around there conducting a search in that particular area. This is the very same airport, the same airbase, in fact, where you've also seen a massive crater in the runway. So there's a huge crater as a result of India's strike. The building that you see here on your screens in the Rahim Yar Air Base, part of, in fact, an airport, the Sheikh Zayed International Airport, which is part of the air base. That building ripped right through. You can see that all of the windows have been shattered from the roof. This particular strike happened. So inside too, the building completely destroyed. More videos that are coming to the fore from the Rahim Yar Air Base, which shows you the kind of destruction caused by India's counter-strikes. Pakistan paying the price for attempting to target our bases, for even firing a ballistic missile at India. And right after that, now India hit back in a matter of hours. There have been drone strikes. There have also been missile strikes on Pakistan. And while this is one location, remember there are 8 locations that India has struck at, largely air bases, some military bases too. The biggest headline perhaps and the impact being felt, the largest is in Rawalpindi, which is the army headquarters. And there in the Noor Khan Air Base is where we've seen the massive impact, because there a missile has directly been fired. Now, why did each of these locations be chosen, be targeted? Because of the fact that we had credible intel inputs that each of these air bases had a lot of Pakistan military assets, arsenal placed there. And so we've really hit Pakistan where it hurts. These are images that you see on your screens, accessed first here on India Today. We vetted it, verified it and confirmed that this is from the Sheikh Zayed International Airport, which is in the Rahimyar Air Base. Right next to this is the runway where you see a massive crater as well. So there's been huge damage reported at this particular airbase, as has been the case in several others too, videos of which we are awaiting. We're going through all of the information that's coming in on the impact of India's counter-strike. And this here on your screens is just a glimpse into the damage that India has slapped on Pakistan. I want to bring in Shivani Sharma for more details on this. Shivani, as more and more videos emerge of the impact of our strikes, particularly on the Rahimyar airbase, run us through, Shivani, why this particular airbase was targeted by our forces.
Akshita, this is a very important airbase for Pakistan. This happens to be a strategic, a dual-role airbase where the civilian flights also operate. But this is just to disguise, because there is a storage area out there. They've been using this whole area, the airbase, to store their missile systems and critical equipment. This has also been used for the movement of troops in times of more operational activity that is required. So there we see that in this particular video, there is a huge crater that has been inflicted upon the runway. That means no aircraft can run through now this over this Pakistan's airbase. That has been quite critical. This is in the southern Punjab province of Pakistan. We've been seeing that more and more air bases have been damaged and more inputs are coming to us, Akshita. But certainly this visual evidence is showing the impact of that damage, the magnitude of that damage that India has caused to the Pakistan's air bases in several areas, including their air defense systems.
Okay, so at this point, the video is showing you the impact really of the strikes on different locations. This is just one location that we've struck at. There are 8 such military bases, largely Air Force bases that we've targeted. And Shivani, have there been any details, any rough estimate on the damages that we've inflicted upon Pakistan? Because these are essentially the locations where Pakistan had kind of parked and kept their military arsenal, their assets.
Akshita, there have been heavy damages on Pakistan's side, not only on various air bases, but several other equipment out there, the air defense systems and the military infrastructure in several places, including Sialkot, has been destroyed, damaged by the Indian armed forces in their acts when they were retaliating after the drone attacks that happened yesterday. And we've been getting a number of these videos, the visual evidence, and also the impact that shows the aftermath of this action from Indian side. They have been crippled literally to use their air defense systems in multiple places in Lahore and this particular airbase in southern Punjab and much more. The HQ-16, the HQ-9 systems have been destroyed, that they were being used for their air defense shield. And they were also utilizing these systems even when India was conducting Operation Sindoor 9 strikes. So now there are several air bases whose runways have been totally damaged. There are equipment that has been damaged. There is critical infrastructure that has been broken, and the impact has been very evident in a number of videos. And certainly there would be damages of Pakistan personnel too. The Indian government has been assessing what all has been destroyed there, and very soon we might get to hear in one of the briefings that how much impact has been there, except these visual images and all these visuals that we've been getting of this particular damage that has been caused to Pakistan.
What we've also been seeing essentially, Shivani, is while these videos are emerging from the Rahimyar airbase, as far as the biggest hit goes, which is the airbase in Rawalpindi,